The thing under my bed waiting to grab my ankle isn't real. I know that, and I also know that if I'm careful to keep my foot under the covers, it will never be able to grab my ankle. The place where you made your stand never mattered. Only that you were there, and still on your feet. Kids, fiction is the truth inside the lie, and the truth of this fiction is simple enough: the magic exists. The trust of the innocent is the liar's most useful tool. Talent is cheaper than table salt. What separates the talented individual from the successful one is a lot of hard work. The most important things are the hardest things to say. They are the things you get ashamed of because words diminish your feelings. Words shrink things that seem timeless when they are in your head to no more than living size. When they are brought out. I'm not a big fan of psychoanalysis. I think if you have mental problems, what you need are good pills. But I do think that if you have things that bother you, things that are unresolved, the more that you talk about them, write about them, the less serious they become. It's a mystery. That's the first thing that interests me about the idea of God. If there is one, it's mysterious and powerful and awesome to even consider the concept, and you have to take it seriously. I love the movies, and when I go to see a movie that's been made from one of my books, I know that it isn't going to be exactly like my novel because a lot of other people have interpreted it. But I also know it has an idea that I'll like because that idea occurred to me, and I spent a year, or a year and a half of my life working on it. I am the literary equivalent of a Big Mac and fries. Americans are apocalyptic by nature. The reason why is that we've always had so much, so we live in deadly fear that people are going to take it away from us. I recognize terror as the finest emotion, and so I will try to terrorize the reader. But if I find that I cannot terrify, I will try to horrify, and if I find that I cannot horrify, I'll go for the gross out. I'm not proud. I was in enough to get along with people. I was never socially inarticulate. Not a loner. And that saved my life, saved my sanity. That and the writing. But to this day I distrust anybody who thought school was a good time. Anybody. What charitable 1%ers can't do is assume responsibility, America's national responsibilities, the care of its sick and its poor, the education of its young, the repair of its failing infrastructure, the repayment of its staggering war debts. I've always believed in God. I also think that's the sort of thing that either comes as part of the equipment, the capacity to believe, or at some point in your life, when you're in a position where you actually need help from a power greater than yourself, you simply make an agreement. You see something, then it clicks with something else, and it will make a story. But you never know when it's going to happen. And as a writer, one of the things that I've always been interested in doing is actually invading your comfort space. Because that's what we're supposed to do. Get under your skin, and make you react. French is the language that turns dirt into romance. Life is like a wheel. Sooner or later, it always comes around to where you started again. You can't deny laughter. When it comes, it plops down in your favorite chair and stays as long as it wants. Every book you pick up has its own lesson or lessons, and quite often the bad books have more to teach than the good ones. Only enemies speak the truth, friends and lovers lie endlessly, caught in the web of duty. A lot of us grow up and we grow out of the literal interpretation that we get when we're children, but we bear the scars all our life. Whether they're scars of beauty or scars of ugliness, it's pretty much in the eye of the beholder. We make up horrors to help us cope with the real ones. We like to think about how smart we are. But I think talent as a writer is hardwired in, it's all there, at least the basic elements of it. You can't change it any more than you can choose whether to be right-handed or left-handed. I watched Titanic when I got back home from the hospital, and cried. I knew that my IQ had been damaged. People want to know why I do this, why I write such gross stuff. I like to tell them I have the heart of a small boy, and I keep it in a jar on my desk. I love crime, I love mysteries, and I love ghosts. I don't want you to apologize for being rich, I want you to acknowledge that in America, we all should have to pay our fair share. We've switched from a culture that was interested in manufacturing, economics, politics, trying to play a serious part in the world, to a culture that's really entertainment-based. I guess when you turn off the main road, you have to be prepared to see some funny houses. In small towns people scent the wind with noses of uncommon keenness. And poets, in my view, and I think the view of most people, do speak God's language. It's better, it's finer. It's language on a higher plane than ordinary people speak in their daily lives. People think that I must be a very strange person. This is not correct. I have the heart of a small boy. It is in a glass jar on my desk. And in real life endings aren't always neat, whether they're happy endings, or whether they're sad endings. Each life makes its own imitation of immortality. Monsters are real, and ghosts are real too. They live inside us, and sometimes, they win. God is cruel. Sometimes He makes you live. You have to stay faithful to what you're working on. Wherever you write is supposed to be a little bit of a refuge, a place where you can get away from the world. The more closed in you are, the more you're forced back on your own imagination. I had a period where I thought I might not be good enough to publish. Whatever came to mind, whatever came to hand, I would read. Like anything else that happens on its own, the act of writing is beyond currency. Money is great stuff to have, but when it comes to the act of creation, the best thing is not to think of money too much. It constipates the whole process. It's better to be good than evil, but one achieves goodness at a terrific cost. I'm still in love with what I do, with the idea of making things up, so hours when I write always feel like very blessed hours to me. I can remember being home from school with tonsillitis and writing stories in bed to pass the time. Let's face it. No kid in high school feels as though they fit in. That's something that is almost accidental at the beginning of a career, but the more you write, the more trained you are to recognize the little signals. But I think talent as a writer is hardwired in, it's all there, at least the basic elements of it. You can't change it any more than you can choose whether to be right-handed or left-handed. You cannot hope to sweep someone else away by the force of your writing until it has been done to you. If you want to be a writer, you must do two things above all others: read a lot and write a lot. There's no way around these two things that I'm aware of, no shortcut. When his life was ruined, his family killed, his farm destroyed, Job knelt down on the ground and yelled up to the heavens, "Why God? Why me?" And the thundering voice of God answered, "There's just something about you that pisses me off." But I think there are a set of experiences that turn a potential writer into a working writer. And then there are places in your life where you start to recognize what you want to do. When asked, "How do you write?" I invariably answer, one word at a time. I think there ought to be some serious discussion by smart people, really smart people, about whether or not proliferation of things like the smoking gun and TMZ and YouTube and the whole celebrity culture is healthy. We've switched from a culture that was interested in manufacturing, economics, politics, trying to play a serious part in the world, to a culture that's really entertainment-based. I mean, I know people who can tell you who won the last 4 seasons on American Idol and they don't know who their bleeping representatives are. No, it's not a very good story. Its author was too busy listening to other voices to listen as closely as he should have to the one coming from inside. He had a massive stroke. He died with his tie on. Do you think that could be our generation's equivalent of that old saying about dying with your boots on? I never saw any of my dad's stories. My mother said he had piles and piles of manuscripts. If you don't have time to read, then you have more time to write. Simple as that. My heart was pounding, and I was sweating like I was there. I can function and I couldn't have ever done that before this treatment. I think for many people there'll be no middle ground. That whole program took on a life of its own. We know that they obtained these bodies in a fraudulent way and off the scale of acceptable practice. Time takes it all whether you want it to or not, time takes it all. Time bears it away, and in the end there is only darkness. Sometimes we find others in that darkness, and sometimes we lose them there again. We think this week they keep rates unchanged, but I think there is a reasonable chance of rates coming down in July and August and on the back of a continuously weakening European economy. Some people say that I must be a horrible person, but that's not true. I have the heart of a young boy in a jar on my desk. Publicly, I have always expressed a great deal of confidence in human nature, but in private I have wondered if anybody would ever pay for anything on the net. It now looks as though people will, and I am faced with the real possibility of finishing the plant. After the 9/11 apocalypse happened in New York City, people, particularly New Yorkers, who breathed in the ash, or saw the results of that, have a tendency to keep seeing echoes and having flashbacks to it. You needn't die happy when your day comes, but you must die satisfied, for you have lived your life from beginning to end. I want some sort of guarantee that Mr. Harmon is going to do his time in Montana. The U.S. economy is continuing to weaken. We are bearish over the next few months. The Beige Book continues to show weakness in the U.S. The U.S. economy is continuing to weaken. We are bearish over the next few months. The Beige Book continues to show weakness in the U.S. So do we pass the ghosts that haunt us later in our lives? They sit undramatically by the roadside like poor beggars, and we see them only from the corners of our eyes, if we see them at all. The idea that they have been waiting there for us rarely if ever crosses our minds. Yet they do wait, and when we have passed, they gather up their bundles of memory and fall in behind, treading in our footsteps and catching up, little by little. The mind can calculate, but the spirit yearns, and the heart wants what the heart wants. I'm curious to see what sort of response there is and whether or not this is the future. I'm delighted to know that my future with Scribner, Pocket Books and Simon Schuster Audio is secure. Capital has mobility in Europe. German companies are able to tell workers that they can either accept reduced pay, or see the company close factories and reopen new ones in Poland or India. I don't think my books would have been as successful as they are if the readers didn't think they were in the hands of a true crazy person. When I start a story, I don't know where it's going. All signals are that European growth is slowing, however, the Eurozone will avoid a hard landing, compared with the US, which has a lot of structural imbalances brought on by a boom cycle. Maybe there's a whole other universe where a square moon rises in the sky, and the stars laugh in cold voices, and some of the triangles have 4 sides, and some have 5, and some have 5 raised to the 5th power of sides. In this universe there might grow roses which sing, "Everything leads to everything." They're animals, all right. But why are you so goddamn sure that makes us human beings? The tower. He would come to the dark tower and there he would sing their names, there he would sing their names, there he would sing all their names. The sun stained the east a dusky rose, and at last Roland, no longer the last gunslinger but one of the last 3, slept and dreamed his angry dreams through which there ran only that one soothing blue thread, there I will sing all their names. The idea that creative endeavor and mind-altering substances are entwined is one of the great pop intellectual myths of our time. I got letters from people that have had peculiar psychic experiences. Experiences with the dead, sometimes fairly tranquil experiences and sometimes very terrifying experiences. I do believe that a lot of them are sincere. I do believe, also, that some of them may be misguided. But, I think the majority of them have experienced something. We need ghost stories because we, in fact, are the ghosts. He did it, listened, as the world's most charming and magnetic people do, always asking the right question at the right time, never fidgeting or taking his eyes from the speaker's face, making the other guy feel like the most knowledgeable, brilliant, and intellectually savvy person on the planet. And I believe happiness is the exact opposite of sadness, bitterness, and hatred. Happiness should remain unexamined as long as possible. There is the watchmaker theory that God wound up the universe and let it tick. That may be. Or it may be that he takes a hand in things from time to time. But whatever it is, I am sure that there is something out there. Some part of me knew from the first that what I wanted was not reality but myth. I believe that the combination of pencil and memory creates a kind of practical magic, and magic is dangerous. If you've ever been homesick, or felt exiled from all the things and people that once defined you, you'll know how important welcoming words and friendly smiles can be. I am religious in the sense that I believe in God and I believe that there is an abiding logical spirit that controls what goes on to a certain extent. I think telling stories is like pushing something. Pushing against uncreation itself, maybe. I'm one of those people who doesn't really know what he thinks until he writes it down. A person who doesn't learn from the past is an idiot, in my estimation. As far as where I go when I die, the concept that I am simple going to flick out, like a light bulb, to me is not only spiritually impossible to believe, but logically it is laughable, the idea that we simply die and nothing happens. If you want to be a writer, you must do two things above all others. Read a lot and write a lot. Reading is the creative center of a writer's life. You cannot hope to sweep someone else away by the force of your writing until it has been done to you. We never know which lives we influence, or when, or why. Directing teenage actors is like juggling jars of nitroglycerin, exhilarating and dangerous. Symbolism exists to adorn and enrich, not to create an artificial sense of profundity. The late afternoon sunlight, warm as oil, sweet as childhood. He would write it for the reason he felt that all great literature, fiction and non-fiction, was written. Truth comes out, in the end it always comes out. He would write it because he felt he had to. Fear can hold you prisoner. Hope can set you free. I don't make movies. I don't feel that I have to have artistic control. Part of this comes from the fact that the book lives on no matter what Hollywood does to your novel in terms of a film. Now, you try to be careful who you allow to do your film because nobody wants their novel to become a turkey movie. But, on the other hand, it is a crap shot anyway, because even the best people can make a bad film. Sometimes stories cry out to be told in such loud voices that you write them just to shut them up. When you're 5 and you hurt, you make a big noise in the world. At 10 you whimper. But by the time you make 15 you begin to eat the poisoned apples that grow on your own inner tree of pain. Good luck is just bad luck with its hair combed. I'm rightly tired of the pain I hear and feel, boss. I'm tired of being on the road, lonely as a robin in the rain. Not never having nobody to go on with or tell me where we's comin' from or goin' to or why. I'm tired of people being ugly to each other. It feels like pieces of glass in my head. I'm tired of all the times I've wanted to help and couldn't. I'm tired of being in the dark. Mostly it's the pain. There's too much. If I could end it, I would. But I can't. I don't really get philosophical, but I believe that nice people are strong and usually in my horror stories. I don't like to write about the old standard where some rotten guy gets chased by a mean spirit that gets him in the end. That I'd rather write about nice people that are menaced from outside by some sort of evil power and who sort of slug it out. I hated school. I don't trust anybody who looks back on the years from 14 to 18 with any enjoyment. If you liked being a teenager, there's something really wrong with you. A successful novel should interrupt the reader's life, make him or her miss appointments, skip meals, forget to walk the dog. One of the really bad things you can do to your writing is to dress up the vocabulary, looking for long words because you're maybe a little bit ashamed of your short ones. This is like dressing up a household pet in evening clothes. The pet is embarrassed, and the person who committed this act of premeditated cuteness should be even more embarrassed. I like to end stories where the readers have a little room to run. They can resolve things as they like in their own mind. But sorry is the Kool-Aid of human emotions. True sorrow is as rare as true love. People don't get better, they just get smarter. When you get smarter, you don't stop pulling the wings off flies, you just think of better reasons for doing it. Kill your darlings, even when it breaks your egocentric little scribbler's heart. Kill your darlings. I want to write about spiders. To me, this is the one theme that cuts right across and scares just about everybody. Spiders, to me, are just about the most horrible, awful things that I can think about. I think everyone is afraid of spiders. When you write a book, you spend day after day scanning and identifying the trees. When you're done, you have to step back and look at the forest. The concept of dreaming is known to the waking mind, but to the dreamer there is no waking, no real world, no sanity, there is only the screaming bedlam of sleep. They walked through the rainy dark like gaunt ghosts, and Garrity didn't like to look at them. They were the walking dead. I think it is harder to write a story that appeals to the intellect. But, when you tie onto one, you can do it quite deeply. It really depends on the type of idea you have to begin with. I have spent a good many years since too many, I think, being ashamed about what I write. I think I was 40 before I realized that almost every writer of fiction or poetry who has ever published a line has been accused by someone of wasting his or her God-given talent. If you write, or paint or dance or sculpt or sing, I suppose, someone will try to make you feel lousy about it, that's all. It's a little place on the Pacific Ocean. You know what the Mexicans say about the Pacific? They say it has no memory. That's where I want to live the rest of my life. A warm place with no memory. The muses are ghosts, and sometimes they come uninvited. We fool ourselves so much we could do it for a living. Sometimes, real love is silent as well as blind. The more you read, the less apt you are to make a fool of yourself with your pen or word processor. This is a short book because most books about writing are filled with bullshit. There are a lot of people in the field of horror stories that I do read. There is a lot of stuff that is written in this field, though, that is not very good. You just have to look for the good stuff. Readers have a loyalty that cannot be matched anywhere else in the creative arts, which explains why so many writers who have run out of gas can keep coasting anyway, propelled onto the bestseller lists by the magic words author of on the covers of their books. If you intend to write as truthfully as you can, your days as a member of polite society are numbered. It's hard for me to believe that people who read very little, or not at all in some cases, should presume to write and expect people to like what they have written. She can't help it, he said. She's got the soul of a poet and the emotional makeup of a junkyard dog. I and everyone else in this world live in what is probably the most difficult times that have ever been. We are facing total thermonuclear destruction, and, if you can make someone believe in a ghost or a demon or a vampire in the face of that, you are doing well. From my own personal point of view, I don't think just blood and guts is enough. At least, it isn't for me. Maybe it will turn someone's stomach, but I'm not sure that is literature or even entertainment. Art should be a place of hope. Nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. Maybe she'll learn something about what death really is, which is where the pain stops and the good memories begin. Not the end of life, but the end of pain. Scaring people, especially in our day and time, is one of the hardest things on earth, as far as I am concerned. The most important things are the hardest to say. Anything with the power to make you laugh over 30 years later isn't a waste of time. I think something like that is very close to immortality. I'm a slow reader, but I usually get through 70 or 80 books a year, most fiction. I don't read in order to study the craft, I read because I like to read. I simply think that there are things in this world that are relics. We have unsettling remnants of Atlantis. They have found things off Bermuda, great walls and things of that sort. This seems to indicate that there were races and cultures that went before us. And to me, that's an unsettling idea. Let me tell you something, my friend. Hope is a dangerous thing. Hope can drive a man insane. Once again there was the desert, and that only. The world, although well lighted with fluorescence and incandescent bulbs and neon, is still full of odd dark corners and unsettling nooks and crannies. I never met a writer who wasn't lazy. If God gives you something you can do, why in God's name wouldn't you do it? The world had teeth and it could bite you with them any time it wanted. A cat won't curry favor even if it's in their best interests to do so. A cat can't be a hypocrite. If more preachers were like cats, this would be a more religious country. Talent is a wonderful thing, but it won't carry a quitter. Some of this book, perhaps too much, has been about how I learned to do it. Much of it has been about how you can do it better. The rest of it, and perhaps the best of it, is a permission slip. You can, you should, and if you're brave enough to start, you will. Writing is magic, as much the water of life as any other creative art. The water is free. So drink. Drink and be filled up. I still believe in the resilience of the human heart and the essential validity of love. I still believe that connections between people can be made and that the spirits which inhabit us sometimes touch. I still believe that the cost of these connections is horribly, outrageously high, and I still believe that the value received far outweighs the price which must be paid. From Introductory Notes. God turned out to be a bunch of bad little kids playing Interstellar Xbox. Isn't that funny? I like to write short stories more because I never met a writer who wasn't lazy. And a short story is, by its very definition, short. It is something that generally you can turn out in a week to 2 weeks depending on how well it goes for you. But, at the same time, it gives the same satisfaction of creating a complete world. Do they see the lethal insanity of a race to the brink of oblivion, and then over the edge? Apparently not. If they did, surely they wouldn't be racing to begin with. Or is it a simple failure of imagination? One doesn't like to think such a rudimentary failing could bring about the end, yet. What we like to think of ourselves and what we really are rarely have much in common. Let's get one thing clear right now, shall we? There is no idea dump, no story central, no island of the buried bestsellers. Good story ideas seem to come quite literally from nowhere, sailing at you right out of the empty sky. Two previously unrelated ideas come together and make something new under the sun. Your job isn't to find these ideas but to recognize them when they show up. Books and movies are like apples and oranges. They both are fruit, but taste completely different. God and the afterlife and all that is certainly a subject that's interested me, and I think it interests me more the older that I get. He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. And will I tell you that these three lived happily ever after? I will not, for no one ever does. But there was happiness. And they did live. Read a lot, write a lot is the great commandment. I've never seen novels as built things. I have a tendency to see them as found things so that I always feel a little bit like an archaeologist who's working to get some fragile fossil out of the ground. And the more you get out unbroken, the better you succeed. I am always chilled and astonished by the would-be writers who ask me for advice and admit, quite blithely, that they don't have time to read. This is like a guy starting up Mount Everest saying that he didn't have time to buy any rope or pitons. How to draw a picture. 12. Know when you're finished, and when you are, put your pencil or your paintbrush down. All the rest is only life. I see things, that's all. Write enough stories and every shadow on the floor looks like a footprint, every line in the dirt like a secret message. I think of fear as a survival function, and in the stories that I write, The only thing that I've tried to do is provide people with nightmares, which are really safe places to put those fears for a while, because you can say afterwards that well, it was all just make-believe anyway, so I just took my emotions for a walk. For men, I think, love is a thing formed of equal parts lust and astonishment. The astonishment part women understand. The lust part they only think they understand. He who speaks without an attentive ear is mute. And people who don't dream, who don't have any kind of imaginative life, they must go nuts. I can't imagine that. My books depend on someone in danger, putting pieces together and figuring things out. They do a lot of thinking, and that gets lost in the movie. Friends don't spy. True friendship is about privacy, too. Reading in bed can be heaven, assuming you can get just the right amount of light on the page and aren't prone to spilling your coffee or cognac on the sheets. Talent renders the whole idea of rehearsal meaningless. When you find something at which you are talented, you do it, whatever it is, until your fingers bleed or your eyes are ready to fall out of your head. Even when no one is listening, or reading or watching, every outing is a bravura performance, because you as the creator are happy. Perhaps even ecstatic. The kids accepted my drinking as a part of life. Not a particularly pernicious part. I didn't beat up on them. Basically, I don't think I was so different from a lot of dads who have 3 or 4 martinis when they get in from work, wine with dinner and so on. Writing is seduction. Good talk is part of seduction. If not so, why do so many couples who start the evening at dinner wind up in bed? Words create sentences. Sentences create paragraphs. Sometimes paragraphs quicken and begin to breathe. Amateurs sit and wait for inspiration. The rest of us just get up and go to work. Both Rowling and Meyer, they're speaking directly to young people. The real difference is that Jo Rowling is a terrific writer and Stephenie Meyer can't write worth a darn. She's not very good. As with all other aspects of the narrative art, you will improve with practice, but practice will never make you perfect. Why should it? What fun would that be? You couldn't not like someone who liked the guitar. She couldn't be on his wavelength all the time. That's all. When you could recognize that and deal with it, you were on your way to an adult relationship. Your first impulse is to share good news, your second is to club someone with it. I always felt that organized religion was just basically a theological insurance scam where they're saying if you spend time with us, guess what? You're going to live forever, you're going to go to some other plane where you're going to be so happy, you'll just be happy all the time. Which is also kind of a scary idea to me. The glory of a good tale is that it is limitless and fluid. A good tale belongs to each reader in its own particular way. When asked, "How do you write?" I invariably answer, one word at a time, and the answer is invariably dismissed. But that is all it is. It sounds too simple to be true, but consider the Great Wall of China, if you will, one stone at a time, man. That's all. One stone at a time. But I've read you can see that motherfucker from space without a telescope. The mind can calculate, but the spirit yearns, and the heart knows what the heart knows. As a kid, death seemed boring to me. As an adult, I think that it seems more like a waste of everything. Somebody once said every time a professor dies, a library burns. Nobody likes a clown at midnight. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want for nothing. He makes me lie down in the green pastures. He greases up my head with oil. He gives me kung fu in the face of my enemies. Amen. Schizoid behavior is a pretty common thing in children. It's accepted, because all we adults have this unspoken agreement that children are lunatics. My childhood was pretty ordinary, except from a very early age, I wanted to be scared. I just did. I was scared afterwards. I wanted a light on, because I was scared that there was something in the closet. My imagination was very active, even at a young age. In spite of the problems he was having, he was going on with his life. There are thousands who don't or won't or can't, and plenty of them aren't in prison either. No one ever does live happily ever after, but we leave the children to find that out for themselves. Do you drink? Of course, I just said I was a writer. I choose to believe in God, but I have serious doubts. If a fear cannot be articulated, it can't be conquered. Give me just enough information so that I can lie convincingly. Hug and kiss whoever helped get you, financially, mentally, morally, emotionally, to this day. Parents, mentors, friends, teachers. If you're too uptight to do that, at least do the old handshake thing, but I recommend a hug and a kiss. Don't let the sun go down without saying thank you to someone, and without admitting to yourself that absolutely no one gets this far alone. Belief in the supernatural or belief in wild talents like precognition and telepathy and telekinesis and things like that. It seems to me that belief in those things is just very, very freeing. Books are a uniquely portable magic. If I have to spend time in purgatory before going to one place or the other, I guess I'll be alright as long as there's a lending library. I think part of being a parent is trying to kill your kids. I think that we're all mentally ill. Those of us outside the asylums only hide it a little better, and maybe not all that much better after all. A coward judges all he sees by what he is. I tend to scare myself. Speaking personally, you can have my gun, but you'll take my book when you pry my cold, dead fingers off of the binding. The most important things are the hardest to say. They are the things you get ashamed of, because words diminish them. Everything is sort of built in a way that to me suggests intelligent design. But at the same time there's a lot of things in life where you say to yourself, well, if this is God's plan, it's very peculiar. And you have to wonder about that guy's personality, the big guy's personality. I have always felt a little bit uncomfortable with question, why I'm write these stories. It's not a question that you would ask a guy that writes detective stories or the guy that writes mystery stories, or westerns, or whatever. But it is asked of the writer of horror stories because it seems that there is something nasty about our love for horror stories, or boogies, ghosts and goblins, demons and devils. It was life, often unsatisfying, frequently cruel, usually boring, sometimes beautiful, once in a while exhilarating. Dreams age faster than dreamers. I think the best writers are voracious readers who pick up the cadences and the feel of narration through a number of different books. And you begin by maybe copying the style of writers that really knocked you out. The battle between good and evil is endlessly fascinating because we are participants every day. She nods. You're good for the ones you love. You want to be good for the ones you love, because you know that your time with them will end up being too short, no matter how long it is. There are all sorts of theories and ideas about what constitutes a good opening line. It's a tricky thing, and tough to talk about because I don't think conceptually while I work on a first draft, I just write. To get scientific about it is a little like trying to catch moonbeams in a jar. But there's one thing I'm sure about. An opening line should invite the reader to begin the story. It should say, listen. Come in here. You want to know about this. As a teenager, I read a lot of H.P. Lovecraft, so I wrote like H.P. Lovecraft. And in my 20s, I read a lot of Ross MacDonald and Raymond Chandler, so I wrote like those guys. But, little by little, you develop your own style. Hearts can break. Yes, hearts can break. Sometimes I think it would be better if we died when they did, but we don't. For me, that emotional payoff is what it's all about. I want you to laugh or cry when you read a story, or do both at the same time. I want your heart, in other words. If you want to learn something, go to school. Time is a keyhole. We sometimes bend and peer through it. And the wind we feel on our cheeks when we do the wind that blows through the keyhole is the breath of all the living universe. I like to always stop with a couple of pages that are just raw copy, where I haven't touched it, I haven't tried to revise it, I haven't tried to polish it. It's like having a little bit of a runway. The next day when you sit down, you have the comfort of saying, well, I have got a little bit here, used to be in the typewriter. Now it's in the magic box, the computer. No good friends, no bad friends, only people you want, need to be with. People who build their houses in your heart. If we don't have each other, we go crazy with loneliness. When we do, we go crazy with togetherness. It was the possibility of darkness that made the day seem so bright. The idea for a novel is like a little tiny fire in a dark night. And, one by one, the characters come and stand around it and warm their hands. No one can tell what goes on in between the person you were and the person you become. No one can chart that blue and lonely section of hell. There are no maps of the change. You just come out the other side. Or you don't. I don't like the idea that I am going to come back as an ant or a sparrow if I don't get along in the great karma of life. Wanting more is just a recipe for heartache. Writing is not life, but I think that sometimes it can be a way back to life. So where do the saleable ideas come from? They come from my nightmares. Not the nighttime variety, as a rule, but the ones that hide just beyond the doorway that separates the conscious from the unconscious. Discipline and constant work are the whetstones upon which the dull knife of talent is honed until it becomes sharp enough, hopefully, to cut through even the toughest meat and gristle. Talent is never static. It's always growing or dying. Cold start is a hard start. Her body was wrapped in shadows like moth wings, like rose petals. Absence may or may not make the heart grow fonder, but it certainly freshens the eye. We lie best when we lie to ourselves. The worst thing you can try to do is to steer the story once it gets going. You just kind of follow along and see where it goes. That's the fun. I think it's relatively easy for people to accept something like telepathy or precognition or teleplasm because their willingness to believe doesn't cost them anything. It doesn't keep them awake nights. But the idea that the evil that men do lives after them is unsettling. We don't know the days that will change our lives. Probably just as well. She didn't see him at first. She was watching the dancers. Her color was high, and there were deep dimples at the corners of her mouth. She looked 9 miles out of place, but he had never loved her more. This was Willa on the edge of a smile. I think what you do is, you keep your sensors open. And the more that you do the job, the more you come to understand in a kind of intuitive way that you're always, your radar is on. And the thing is going around and around and around. And it's not picking up any blips. He began to cry, not hysterically or screaming as people cry when concealed rage with tears, but with continuous sobs, who has just discovered that he's alone and will be for long. He cried because safety and reason seemed to have left the world. Loneliness was a reality, but in this situation madness was also remotely a possibility. If you're just starting out as a writer, you could do worse than strip your television's electric plug wire, wrap a spike around it, and then stick it back into the wall. See what blows, and how far. Just an idea. What really scares me is Alzheimer's or premature senility, losing that ability to read and enjoy and to write. And you do it, and some days maybe aren't so good, and then some days, you really catch a wave, and it's as good as it ever was. Write with the door closed, rewrite with the door open. Writers remember everything, especially the hurts. Strip a writer to the buff, point to the scars, and he'll tell you the story of each small one. From the big ones you get novels. A little talent is a nice thing to have if you want to be a writer, but the only real requirement is the ability to remember the story of every scar. Art consists of the persistence of memory. The town kept its secrets, and the Marston house brooded over it like a ruined king. I go where the story leads. And, sometimes, it is a little bit outrageous. And I relish that. I sort of want to be as much on the edge as I can. The essential and defining characteristic of childhood is not the effortless merging of dream and reality, but only alienation. There are no words for childhood's dark turns and exhalations. A wise child recognizes it and submits to the necessary consequences. A child who counts the cost is a child no longer. The town has a sense, not of history, but of time, and the telephone poles seem to know this. If you lay your hand against one, you can feel the vibration from the wires deep within the wood, as if souls had been imprisoned in there and were struggling to get out. Books are the perfect entertainment, no commercials, no batteries, hours of enjoyment for each dollar spent. What I wonder is why everybody doesn't carry a book around for those inevitable dead spots in life. A tragedy is a tragedy, and at the bottom, all tragedies are stupid. Give me a choice and I'll take A Midsummer Night's Dream over Hamlet every time. Any fool with steady hands and a working set of lungs can build up a house of cards and then blow it down, but it takes a genius to make people laugh. She knew with suddenness and ease that this moment would be with her always, within hand's reach of memory. She doubted if they all sensed it. They had seen the world. But even George was silent for a minute as they looked, and the scene, the smell, even the sound of the band playing a faintly recognizable movie theme, was locked forever in her, and she was at peace. We never know which lives we influence, or when, or why. Not until the future eats the present, anyway. We know when it's too late. Alone. Yes, that's the key word, the most awful word in the English tongue. Murder doesn't hold a candle to it, and hell is only a poor synonym. Sorry is the Kool-Aid of human emotions. It's what you say when you spill a cup of coffee or throw a gutter ball when you're bowling with the girls in the league. True sorrow is as rare as true love. The writer's original perception of a character or characters may be as erroneous as the reader's. Are you sure self-pity is a luxury you can afford, Jack? Things were going very fast now. Too fast to suit him. Fantasy and reality had merged. Show me a man or a woman alone and I'll show you a saint. Give me two and they'll fall in love. Give me three and they'll invent the charming thing we call society. Give me four and they'll build a pyramid. Give me five and they'll make one an outcast. Give me six and they'll reinvent prejudice. Give me seven and in 7 years they'll reinvent warfare. Man may have been made in the image of God, but human society was made in the image of his opposite number, and is always trying to get back home. You have to go where the book leads you. People who try hard to do the right thing always seem mad. As a young man just beginning to publish some short fiction in the TA magazines, I was fairly optimistic about my chances of getting published. I knew that I had some game, as the basketball players say these days, and I also felt that time was on my side. Sooner or later the best-selling writers of the 60s and 70s would either die or go senile, making room for newcomers like me. The bad ideas kind of just drop out of the mix. You forget about them. The good ones stick around. Talent is cheaper than table salt. What separates the talented individual from the successful one is a lot of hard work. Sometimes human places create inhuman monsters. I have an idea of how the book will finish up, but it very rarely finishes up the way that I think it's going to. The unconscious mind writes poetry if it's left alone. Perfect paranoia is perfect awareness. I want to engage the reader. I'm an emotional writer, in the sense that I would be happy if you reread a book for the intellectual or the mental part of it, but, the first time, I just like to reach out and grab you, pull you in. Description begins in the writer's imagination, but should finish in the reader's. For a moment everything was clear, and when that happens you see that the world is barely there at all. Don't we all secretly know this? It's a perfectly balanced mechanism of shouts and echoes pretending to be wheels and cogs, a dream clock chiming beneath a mystery glass we call life. Behind it, below it and around it, chaos, storms. Men with hammers, men with knives, men with guns. Women who twist what they cannot dominate and belittle what they cannot understand. A universe of horror and loss surrounding a single lighted stage where mortals dance in defiance of the dark. The dream didn't fade as dreams usually do upon waking. And so will the world end, I think, a victim of love rather than hate. For love's ever been the more destructive weapon, sure. In polite society, we call our obsessions hobbies. Flip-flop, hippity-hop, offer your rocker and over the top, life's a fiction and the world's a lie, so put on some credence and let's get high. See the bear of fearsome size. All the world's within his eyes. Time grows thin, the past is a riddle, the tower awaits you in the middle. Long days and pleasant nights. Nothing is ever lost, Sarah. Nothing that can't be found. We all do what we can, and it has to be good enough, and if it isn't good enough, it has to do. The terror, which would not end for another 28 years if it ever did end, began, so far as I know or can tell, with a boat made from a sheet of newspaper floating down a gutter swollen with rain. Because things like this you can only say once. And you either get it wrong or right, it's the end either way, because it's too hard to ever try to say again. I believe most people are essentially good. I know that I am. It's you I'm not entirely sure of. If it's caught it'll come like a wind, and your plans will stand before it no more than a barn before a cyclone. Remember in elementary school you were told that in case of fire you have to line up quietly in a single file from smallest to tallest. What is the logic in that? What, do tall people burn slower? It might be that the biggest division in the world isn't men and women but folks who like cats and folks who like dogs, LT's theory of pets. You cannot friend a hawk, they said, unless you are a hawk yourself, alone and only a sojourner in the land, without friends, or the need of them. The quickest way to learn about a new place is to know what it dreams of. If God rewards us on earth for good deeds, the Old Testament suggests it's so, and the Puritans certainly believed it, then maybe Satan rewards us for evil ones. This was the darker life, where every truth was written backward. In the end we are all caught in devices of our own making. I believe that. In the end we are all caught. The wife whose sweetly given reply in the face of any problem would be, "Whatever you think is best, dear." Women, take note, a wife like that never needs to fear bubbling away the last of her life through a cutthroat. He's a very nice man and all that, easy to get along with, fun, he never makes me cry. But is that love? I mean, is that all there is to it? Even when you learned to ride your two-wheeler, you had to fall off a few times and scrape both knees. Call it a rite of passage. And that was just a little thing. Life is fair. We all get the same 9-month shake in the box, and then the dice roll. Some people get a run of 7s. Some people, unfortunately, get snake eyes. It's just how the world is. For, I said, a murdered man or woman dies not in God's time, but in man's. He, or she, is cut short before he, or she, can atone for sin, and so all errors must be forgiven. When you think of it that way, all murderers are a gateway for heaven. I stood for almost an hour in a line of shuffling, bitter-eyed late mailers. Christmas is such a carefree, low-pressure time, that's one of the things I love about it, The good folks mostly win, courage usually triumphs over fear, the family dog hardly ever contracts rabies. These are things I knew at 25, and things I still know now, at the age of 25 by 2. But I know something else as well. There's a place in most of us where the rain is pretty much constant, the shadows are always long, and the woods are full of monsters. It is good to have a voice in which the terrors of such a place can be articulated and its geography partially described, without denying the sunshine and clarity that fills so much of our ordinary lives. 8. I'm not particularly keen on writing which exhaustively describes the physical characteristics of the people in the story and what they're wearing. I can always get a J. Crew catalog. So spare me, if you please, the hero's sharply intelligent blue eyes and out-thrust determined chin. About halfway through I broke down crying, which I hadn't expected. I was a little ashamed, but only a little. It was her, you see, and she never taxed me with the times that I slipped from the way I thought a man should be, the way I thought I should be, at any rate. A man with a good wife is the luckiest of God's creatures, and one without must be among the most miserable, I think. The only true blessing of their lives that they don't know how poorly off they are. A dimwit thinks nothing is funny unless it's mean. What's been tried once had been tried once before, and before, and before. And the most terrifying question of all may be just how much horror the human mind can stand and still maintain a wakeful, staring, unrelenting sanity. Lover, she whispers, and closes her eyes. It falls upon her. Love is like dying. He understood well enough how a man with a choice between pride and responsibility will almost always choose pride if responsibility robs him of his manhood. Outside, daylight was bleeding slowly toward dusk. Only children tell the whole truth, you know. That's what makes them children. Memory is the basis of every journey. It's like many other things in life, Ellie. You keep on the path and all's well. You get off it and the next thing you know you're lost if you're not lucky. Death is a mystery, and burial is a secret. By and large, the good's an illusion, little fables folks tell themselves so they can get through their days without screaming too much. When you sit down to write. Don't do anything else except go to the bathroom, and only do that if it absolutely cannot be put off. It starts with this: put your desk in the corner, and every time you sit down there to write, remind yourself why it isn't in the middle of the room. Life isn't a support system for art. It's the other way around. There were times when it occurred to me that I was repeating my mother's life. Usually this thought struck me as funny. But if I happened to be tired, or if there were extra bills to pay and no money to pay them with, it seemed awful. I'd think, this isn't the way our lives are supposed to be going. Then I'd think, half the world has the same idea. Friends come in and out of our lives, like busboys in a restaurant. I have to remind myself that some birds aren't meant to be caged. Their feathers are just too bright. Later, going home, I realized they didn't look alike at all. What made them seem to was the aftermath of stress and the lingering of sorrow. It's strange how pain marks our faces, and makes us look like family. Kill you all. The clown was laughing and screaming. Try to stop me and I'll kill you all. Drive you crazy and then kill you all. You can't stop me. Oh Christ, he groaned to himself, if this is the stuff adults have to think about, I never want to grow up. 7. Richie thought. That's the magic number. There has to be 7 of us. That's the way it's supposed to be. Eddie discovered one of his childhood's great truths. Grown-ups are the real monsters, he thought. She ran out of her marriage the way a woman can run out of a pair of sandals when she decides to let go and really dash. Bird and bear and hare and fish, give my love her fondest wish. Don't let the door hit cha where the good Lord split cha. You learned to accept, or you ended up in a small room writing letters home with Crayolas. It's a poor boy's sandwich, Roland said. With lots of mayo, whatever that is. I'd want a sauce that didn't look quite so much like cum, myself, but may it do you fine. Don't go beyond, no matter how much you feel you need to, doctor. The barrier was not made to be broken. Remember this, there is more power here than you know. It is old and always restless. Remember. The soil of a man's heart is stonier. A man grows what he can and tends it. Love didn't grow very well in a place where there was only fear. What is writing? Writing is telepathy. I love you too much to lie to you, Lizzie. I love you with all that passes for my heart. I suspect that kind of all-out love becomes a burden to a woman in time, but it's the only kind I have to give. I think we're going to be quite a wealthy couple in terms of money, but I'll almost certainly be an emotional pauper all my life. I've got the money coming, but as for the rest I've got just enough for you, and I won't ever dirty or dilute it with lies. Not with the words I say, not with the ones I hold back. You know, Small children take it as a matter of course that things will change every day, and grown-ups understand that things change sooner or later, and their job is to keep them from changing as long as possible. It's only kids in high school who are convinced they're never going to change. There's always going to be a pep rally, and there's always going to be a spectator bus somewhere out there in their future. True love, like any other strong and addicting drug, is boring. Once the tale of encounter and discovery is told, kisses quickly grow stale and caresses tiresome, except, of course, to those who share the kisses, who give and take the caresses, while every sound and color of the world seems to deepen and brighten around them. As with any other strong drug, true first love is really only interesting to those who have become its prisoners. And, as is true of any other strong and addicting drug, true first love is dangerous. Where you think I'm going? Well, Eddie said, what was behind door number 1 wasn't so hot, and what was behind door number 2 was even worse, so now, instead of quitting like sane people, we're going to go right on ahead and check out door number 3. The way things have been going, I think it's likely to be something like Godzilla or Ghidorah the three-headed monster, but I'm an optimist. I'm still hoping for the stainless steel cookware. I started after him, and the clown looked back. I saw its eyes, and all at once I understood who it was. Who was it, Don? Harold Gardner asked softly. It was Derry, Don Haggerty said. It was this town. You say true, I say thank you. They were close to the end of the beginning. They had discovered one could grow as hungry for light as for food. Time's the thief of memory. Take the dead from the dead, the old proverb said, only a corpse may speak true prophecy. The man in black travels with your soul in his pocket. A kid of your age, any kid could get hold of matches if she wanted to, burn up the house or whatever. But not many do. Why would they want to? No one likes to see a government folder with his name on it. Cece, can you get bones in your butt brain? Bill asked. This was turning into the most interesting conversation he'd had in weeks. I've met tail spinners before, Jake, and they're all cut more or less from the same cloth. They tell tales because they're afraid of life. What I'd show you is much more bizarre than anything we have looked at so far, and I warn you in advance that the first impulse will be to laugh. That's all right. Laugh if you must. Just don't take your eye off what you see, for even in your imagination, here is a creature who can do you damage. As it happened, all three of us turned out to be real writers, a coincidence almost too large to be termed mere coincidence in a society where literally tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, of college students aspire to the writer's trade and where bare hundreds actually break through. The greatest mystery the universe offers is not life but size. But this wealth of information produced little or no insight. Y is a crooked letter and can't be made straight. He was one of those quite rare adults who communicate with small children fairly well and who love them all impartially, not in a sugary way but in a business-like fashion. That may sometimes entail a hug, in the same way that closing a big business deal may call for a handshake. How do we remember to remember? That's a question I've asked myself often since my time on Duma Key, often in the small hours of the morning, looking up into the absence of light, remembering absent friends. Sometimes in those little hours I think about the horizon. You have to establish the horizon. You have to mark the white. A simple enough act, you might say, but any act that remakes the world is heroic. Or so I've come to believe. Mr., we deal in lead. How else could he go on, except with merciful incomprehension held before him like a shield? How could anyone? We'll just have to get along. That's what people do, you know. They just get along. And try to help each other. But in high school the business of irrevocable choices began. Doors slipped shut with a faint locking click that was only heard clearly in the dreams of later years. Come to a book as you would come to an unexplored land. Come without a map. Explore it, and draw your own map. A book is like a pump. It gives nothing unless first you give to it. I worry about you, Bev. I worry a lot. When you write you tell yourself a story. When you rewrite you take out everything that is not the story. No knowledge obtained without risk. Wow! This makes Grand Central look like a bus stop in buttfuck Nebraska. First comes smiles, then lies. Last is gunfire, Roland Deschain, of Gilead. And she sees that the moonlight is losing its orange glow. It has become buttery, and will soon turn to silver. Was there ever a trap to match the trap of love? Without storybooks is like a person with no soul. I do have one slightly crooked will upstairs, but everything else is ticking along just foro, thank you very much. It would perhaps not be amiss to point out that he had always tried to be a good dog. He had tried to do all the things his man and his woman, and most of all his boy, had asked or expected of him. He would have died for them, if that had been required. He had never wanted to kill anybody. He had been struck by something, possibly destiny, or fate, or only a degenerative nerve disease called rabies. Free will was not a factor. Hapscomb's Texaco sat on number 93 just north of Arnett, a pissant 4th Street burg about 110 miles from Houston. The look of the sky as the day's blue blood runs out of its cheek. He remembered waking up once, listening to the wind, thinking of all the dark and rushing cold outside and all the warmth of this bed, filled with their peaceful heat under two quilts, and wishing it could be like this forever. Overhead was a sky blacker than jeweler's velvet, and a billion stars screamed down. Listening to it was like having a mud-slimed piece of silk drawn lightly back and forth across her face. As always at these times when he felt really in need of God, the front of his mind was serene, but the deeper part, where faith did constant battle with doubt, was terrified that there would be no answer. I've taken off 2 months, 3 months at a time, and, by the end, I get really squirrely. My night life, my dream life, gets extremely populated and crazed. When I start a story, I don't know where it's going. When you stack up all the years we are allowed against all there is to read, time is very short indeed. It's Merry Christmas at our house. Whatever it is at yours, have a happy one. And be good to somebody. Being sorry for myself is a luxury I can't afford. I didn't want to even stand next to any high-rise building as long as I lived. I didn't even want to go over a bridge. Part of my function as a writer is to dream awake. And that usually happens. If I sit down to write in the morning, in the beginning of that writing session and the ending of that session, I'm aware that I'm writing. I'm aware of my surroundings. It's like shallow sleep on both ends, when you go to bed and when you wake up. But in the middle, the world is gone and I'm able to see better. The idea for each of the stories in this book came in a moment of belief and was written in a burst of faith, happiness, and optimism. Those positive feelings have their dark analogues, however, and the fear of failure is a long way from the worst of them. The worst, for me, at least, is the gnawing speculation that I may have already said everything that I have to say, and am now only listening to the steady quacking of my own voice because the silence when it stops is just too spooky. The story is the only thing that's important. Everything else will take care of itself. It's like what bowlers say. You hear writers talk about character or theme or mood or mode or tense or person. But bowlers say, if you make the spares, the strikes will take care of themselves. If you can tell a story, everything else becomes possible. But without story, nothing is possible, because nobody wants to hear about your sensitive characters if there's nothing happening in the story. And the same is true with mood. Story is the only thing that's important. For me, good description usually consists of a few well-chosen details that will stand for everything else. I would say plotting is the most difficult thing for me. Characterization is only hard because sometimes I feel I get so interested in it that I want to talk too much about the characters and that slows the story down. So I say, hey, people want to find out what's going to happen next. They don't want to listen to you spout off about this or that person. But I think even the bad guy deserves to tell his side of the story. When you start, it's very cold, an impossible task. But then maybe the characters start to take on a little bit of life, or the story takes a turn that you don't expect. With me that happens a lot because I don't outline, I just have a vague notion. So it's always felt like less of a made thing and more of a found thing. That's exciting. That's a thrill. I just write about what I feel I want to write about. I'm like a kid. I get an idea, and it's like a kid's toy that you push and tug around the room. It's fun, it's bright, it's pretty, and maybe it'll go clack clack or whiz whiz, whatever it happens to do. I like to make believe. If I can get it down on paper without puking all over the word processor, then as far as I'm concerned, it's fit to see the light of day. I started to submit when I was 12, and obviously at that time they weren't good enough, and I suppose in my heart of hearts I knew it. But you have to start sooner or later, you have to dig in. It's a writer's job to carve with language, to hew close to the bone. God pisses down the back of your neck every day but only drowns you once. I have no opinion. No, none at all. Opinion is politics. And politics is an evil which has caused many a fellow to be hung while he's still young and pretty. There had never been a shortage of fools in the world. Money talks, bullshit walks. Any game looks straight if everyone is being cheated at once. But see that you get on. That's your job in this hard world, to keep your love alive and see that you get on, no matter what. Pull your act together and just go on. When the dawn was still long hours away, bad thoughts took on flesh and began to walk. In the middle of the night thoughts became zombies. She looks like the type that might freak out. It's something in the eyes, Franny. It says, if you shoot my sacred cows, I'll shoot yours. They say that loving eyes can never see, but that's a fool's axiom. Sometimes, they see too much. Never give a good politician time to pray. Things come in 3 major degrees in the human experience, I think. There's good, bad, and terrible. And as you go down into progressive darkness towards terrible, it gets harder and harder to make subdivisions. Ka works and the world moves on. A child blind from birth doesn't even know he's blind until someone tells him. Even then he has only the most academic idea of what blindness is, only the formerly sighted have a real grip on the thing. Ben Hanscom had no sense of being lonely because he had never been anything but. If the condition had been new, or more localized, he might have understood, but loneliness both encompassed his life and overreached it. How many have to die before we will give up these dangerous toys? One only wishes Wayne LaPierre and his NRA board of directors could be drafted to some of these scenes, where they would be required to put on booties and rubber gloves and help clean up the blood, the brains, and the chunks of intestine still containing the poor wads of half-digested food that were some innocent bystander's last meal. Guys, gals, now hear this. No one wants to take away your hunting rifles. No one wants to take away your shotguns. No one wants to take away your revolvers, and no one wants to take away your automatic pistols, as long as said pistols hold no more than 10 rounds. If you can't kill a home invader, or your wife, up in the middle of the night to get a snack from the fridge, with 10 shots, you need to go back to the local shooting range. Every liberal in the country must watch Fox News for 1 year, and every conservative in the country must watch MSNBC for 1 year. Middle-of-the-roaders could stick with CSI. Time was a face on the water, and like the great river before them, it did nothing but flow. We have once again succeeded in destroying what we could not create. He didn't know if that was really true or not, but he discovered something which was tremendously liberating. He didn't care. He was very tired of thinking and still not knowing. He was also tired of being frightened, like a man who has entered a cave on a lark and now begins to suspect he is lost. Stop thinking about it, then. That's the solution. Rightly tired of the pain I hear and feel, boss. Where we's comin' from or goin' to or why. If I could end it, I would. But I can't. You learn best by reading a lot and writing a lot, and the most valuable lessons of all are the ones you teach yourself. The person healed has an obligation to then ask why, to meditate on God's will, and the extraordinary lengths to which God has gone to realize His will. Like some dogs, kick them once and they never trust you again, no matter how nice you are to them. Life's simplest answers are often the easiest to overlook. Ka was a wheel, it was also a net from which none ever escaped. When you own a piano, it's harder to think about moving. There may be fairies, there may be elves, but God helps those who help themselves. Hairstyles change, and skirt lengths, and slang, but high school administrations, never. Adults are the real monsters. I'll see you. He grinned. Not if I see you first. It's as if God gave you something, all those stories, and said, here you are. Try not to lose it. But children lose everything unless somebody is there to help them, and if your parents are too stupid to do it, maybe I ought to. If a writer knows what he or she is doing, I'll go along for the ride. If he or she doesn't, well, I'm in my 50s now, and there are a lot of books out there. I don't have time to waste with the poorly written ones. But now the joy is gone and the sadness is back. The sadness feels like something deserved, the price of some not quite forgotten betrayal. You can't be careful on a skateboard. By tomorrow at this time, I think you're going to have a much better idea of what crazy is. F. Hillman. Close your eyes and click your heels 3 times, because there's no place like Dome. When I was younger, I used to vacillate between thinking love was this great and glorious mystery and thinking it was just something a bunch of Hollywood movie producers made up to sell more tickets in the Depression, when Dish Night kind of played out. Eddie laughed. Now I think that all of us are born with a hole in our hearts, and we go around looking for the person who can fill it. You, Eddie, you fill me up. A great whispering noise began to rise in the woods on either side of the tracks, as if the forest had just noticed we were there and was commenting on it. The universe, he said, offers a paradox too great for the finite mind to grasp. As the living brain cannot conceive of a non-living brain, although it may think it can, the finite mind cannot grasp the infinite. Writings about getting up, getting well, and getting over. Getting happy, okay. Getting happy. We are going to fight. We are going to be hurt. And in the end, we will stand. Once I start work on a project, I don't stop and I don't slow down unless I absolutely have to. If I don't write every day, the characters begin to stale off in my mind. They begin to seem like characters instead of real people. The tale's narrative cutting edge starts to rust and I begin to lose my hold on the story's plot and pace. Worst of all, the excitement of spinning something new begins to fade. The work starts to feel like work, and for most writers that is the smooch of death. My heart's with you, Bill, no matter how it turns out. My heart is with all of them, and I think that, even if we forget each other, we'll remember in our dreams. Men. She could not understand why so many women feared them. Hadn't the gods made them with the most vulnerable part of their guts hanging right out of their bodies, like a misplaced bit of bowel? Kicked them there and they curled up like snails. Caressed them there and their brains melted. Tell him he's wrong. Tell him that even if he's right about waiting, he's right for the wrong reasons, and that makes him all the way wrong. Humans were built to look back. That's why we have that swivel joint in our necks. What Darwin was too polite to say, my friends, is that we came to rule the earth not because we were the smartest, or even the meanest, but because we have always been the craziest, most murderous motherfuckers in the jungle. In the end, the wind takes everything, doesn't it? And why not? Why other? If the sweetness of our lives did not depart, there would be no sweetness at all. Luck's the word those with poor hearts use for ka. Jesus watches from the wall, but his face is cold as stone, and if he loves me as she tells me, why do I feel so all alone? If you're going into a very dark place, then you should take a bright light, and shine it on everything. If you don't want to see, why in God's name would you dare the dark at all? Sometimes a man and a woman reach a crossroads and linger there, reluctant to take either way, knowing the wrong choice will mean the end. And knowing there's so much worth saving. It was not fair, it was not fair, it was not fair. So cried his child's heart, and then his child's heart died a little. For that is also the way of the world. Home is where you dance with others, and dancing is life. The truth is in the details. A person could see a lot without ever leaving his own living room, especially if he had the right tools. Women are better at keeping secrets, but men are more comfortable with them. Artistic talent is far more common than the talent to nurture artistic talent. Story is honorable and trustworthy, plot is shifty, and best kept under house arrest. Maybe the world needs a cadre of smartasses to liven things up, who knows? It's best to have your tools with you. If you don't, you're apt to find something you didn't expect and get discouraged. Our time here is brief, our risk enormous. Don't waste the one or increase the other, if you please. Roland had taught him that self-deception was nothing but pride in disguise, an indulgence to be denied. You needn't die happy when your time comes, but you must die satisfied, for you have lived your life from the beginning to the end and Ka is always served. Battles that last 5 minutes spawn legends that live 1,000 years. Sometimes the only thing to do is to take the thing that you must have, even if someone gets hurt. 'Twas something else. I had come to hate her, you see. I had come to wish her dead, and that was what held me back. I can't lie and say there are no bad writers. Sorry, but there are lots of bad writers. There are lots of would-be censors out there, and although they may have different agendas, they all want basically the same thing, for you to see the world they see, or to at least shut up about what you do see that's different. They are agents of the status quo. Not necessarily bad guys, but dangerous guys if you happen to believe in intellectual freedom. Sure, we need the gypsies. We always have. Because if you don't have someone to run out of town once in a while, how are you going to know you yourself belong there? A person's never too old for stories. Man and boy, girl and woman, we live for them. Roland Deschain. It's a hard life if you don't weaken. Weird love's better than no love at all. The scholar's greatest weakness, calling procrastination research. Gordy, do you think I'm weird? Chris, definitely. Gordy, no man, seriously. Am I weird? Chris, yeah, but so what? Everybody's weird. Teddy, Vern, Chris, I don't shut up. I grow up. And when I look at you, I throw up. Ag. Gordy, and then your mom goes around the corner and she licks it up. As always, the blessed relief of starting, a feeling that was like falling into a hole filled with bright light. As always, the glum knowledge that he would not write as well as he wanted to write. As always, the terror of not being able to finish, of accelerating into a brick wall. As always, the marvelous joyful nervy feeling of journey begun. Stupidity is one of the two things we see most clearly in retrospect. The other is missed chances. You know, King said, I'm not much good at telling stories. That sounds like a paradox, but it's not, it's the reason I write them down. All you imagined, no matter how wild it might seem, was no more than a disguised version of what you already knew. I hold to no God, Roland said. I hold to the tower, and won't pray to that. Anger is the most useless emotion, henchik intoned, destructive to the mind and hurtful to the heart. Writing is a lonely job. Having someone who believes in you makes a lot if difference. They don't have to make speeches. Just believing is usually enough. I am, when you stop to think of it, a member of a fairly select group. The final handful of American novelists who learn to read and write before they learn to eat a daily helping of video bullshit. Resistance to change is proportional to how much the future might be altered by any given act. Even people capable of living in the past don't really know what the future holds. When you put on a clown suit and a rubber nose, nobody has any idea what you look like inside. Although emotionally delicate and eminently bruisable, teenagers are short on empathy. That comes later in life, if it comes at all. Life turns on a dime. Panic is highly contagious, especially in situations when nothing is known and everything is in flux. And didn't they say that, although curiosity killed the cat, satisfaction brought the beast back? Home is watching the moon rise over the open, sleeping land and having someone you can call to the window, so you can look together. Home is where you dance with others, and dancing is life. So what he's supposed to do? Grab Bobby's axe and make like Jack Nicholson in The Shining? He could see it. Smash, crash, bash, here's Gardner. Pride was the belt you used to hold your pants up when you had no pants. Do I know what people say? Sure. I shrug it off. What else can you do? Stop people from talking. You might as well try to stop the wind from blowing. The crazy people of the world shouldn't get to win. If God won't make it better after they do have their shitty little victories, then ordinary people have to. They have to try, at least. I know your mother lives in your head, almost everyone's mother does, I guess, but you can't let her have her way on this one. I know life is hard, I think everyone knows that in their hearts, but why does it have to be cruel, as well? Why does it have to bite? If there is love, smallpox scars are as pretty as dimples. I'll love your face no matter what it looks like. Because it's yours. Do you happen to have another condom? I think I've discovered the cure for headaches. Whenever anything happens in America, they have to gold-plate it, like baby shoes. That way you can forget it. She did not know if her gift came from the Lord of Light or of Darkness, and now, finally finding that she didn't care which, she was overcome with almost indescribable relief, as if a huge weight, long carried, had slipped from her shoulders. The low bird is not picked tenderly out of the dust by its fellows, rather, it is dispatched quickly and without mercy. Sarcastic people tend to be marshmallows underneath the armor. Like the man said, a little hope never hurt anybody. Dead was the gift that kept on giving. Dead, like diamonds, was forever. Explanations are such cheap poetry. The only way to get better at writing is to write. And read. Every marriage has two hearts, one light and one dark. So what, ghosts can't hurt you. That's what I thought then. The past is obdurate. Working on a new idea is kind of like getting married. Then a new idea comes along and you think, man, I'd really like to go out with her. But you can't. At least not until the old idea is finished. On that gray street, with the smell of industrial smokes in the air and the afternoon bleeding away to evening, downtown Derry looked only marginally more charming than a dead hooker in a church pew. I think that's what people most always do with the stuff they can't make out, just forget it. Wendy, darling, light of my life, I'm not gonna hurt ya. I'm just going to bash your brains in. And I wonder if there is really any point to what I'm doing, or what I'm supposed to make of a world where a man can get rich playing Let's Pretend. Sometimes loving eyes don't see what they don't want to see. He sat upon his throne, which is made of skulls. For a woman a man will do many things that he'd turn his back on in an instant when alone, things he'd back away from, 9 times out of 10, even when drunk ADN with a bunch of his friends egging him on. When creative people do their best work, they're hardly ever in charge, they're just sort of rolling along with their eyes shut yelling "we." Stories are artifacts, not really made things which we create and can take credit for, but pre-existing objects which we dig up. He was a clot looking for a place to happen, a splinter of bone hunting a soft organ to puncture, a lonely lunatic cell looking for a mate. They would set up housekeeping and raise themselves a cozy little malignant tumor. Even at 11, he had observed that things turned out right a ridiculous amount of the time. That's the day's business. Thinking. Thinking in isolation, because it doesn't matter if you pass the time of day with someone or not, in the end, you're alone. He seemed to have put in as many miles in his brain as he had with his feet. The thoughts kept coming and there was no way to deny them. It's only a little secret, but having a secret makes me feel better. Like a human being again. I like to hang out clothes on windy days. Sometimes that's all I feel like. A sheet on a line. You know what talent is. The curse of expectation. As a kid you have to deal with that, beat it somehow. If you can write, you think God put you on earth to blow Shakespeare away. Or if you can paint, maybe you think I did that God put you on earth to blow your father away. There was a beautiful feeling of calm in my groin, a sense of peace so remarkable it was almost ecstasy. Anyone who suffered bad pain and then recovered will know what I'm talking about. Of course they had more chains on him than Scrooge saw on Marley's Ghost, but he could have kicked up Dickens if he'd wanted. That's a pun, son. Superstition, like true love, needs time to grow and reflect upon itself. I'm not making an enemy, I'm keeping one. I think the best stories always end up being about the people rather than the event, which is to say character-driven. I felt lonely and content at the same time. I believe that is a rare kind of happiness. A person can go along quite a while if they get a good day every once and again. Anyway, as the old Barrelhouse song says, my God, how the money rolled in. Norton must have subscribed to the old Puritan notion that the best way to figure out which folks God favors is by checking their bank accounts. A person's memory is everything, really. Memory is identity. It's you. An idea is like a cold germ. Sooner or later someone always catches it. The first real terror struck him then, and there was nothing supernatural about it. It was only a realization of how easy it was to trash your life. That was what was so scary. You just dragged the fan up to everything you had spent the years raking together and turned the motherfucker on. Fools are the only folk on the earth who can absolutely count on getting what they deserve. Man has come to dominate the planet thanks to two essential traits. One is intelligence. The other has been the absolute willingness to kill anyone and anything that gets in his way. Because who would ever want to get close to another person if they knew how hard the letting go part was? In your heart they only die a little at a time, don't they? Like a plant when you go away on a trip and forget to ask a neighbor to poke in once in a while with the old watering can, and it's so sad. 98% of what goes on in people's heads is none of their smucking business. The harder you had to work to open a package, the less you ended up caring about what was inside. It wasn't just love that held people together. There was secrets, and the price you paid to keep them. And I guess you judge how well you're doing by how well you sleep at night, and what your dreams are like. Alright, I think we've been down here in the dark long enough. There's a whole other world upstairs. Take my hand, constant reader, and I'll be happy to lead you back into the sunshine. I'm happy to go there because I believe most people are essentially good. I know that I am. It's you I'm not entirely sure of. It was really amazing the number of hard hits from which a mind could recover. Roland grabbed Jake and hauled him to his feet. You came. Jake shouted. You really came. I came, yes. By the grace of the gods and the courage of my friends, I came. What if there were no grown-ups? Suppose the whole idea of grown-ups was an illusion. What if their money was really just playground marbles, their business deals no more than baseball card trades, their wars only games of guns in the park? What if they were all still snotty-nosed kids inside their suits and dresses? Christ, that couldn't be, could it? It was too horrible to think about. Deep inside her, her harrowed soul, she felt a glowing ember of fury at the man responsible for this. The man who had put her in this position. She looked at the pistol lying beside the basin, and knew that if he were here, she would use it on him without a moment's hesitation. Knowing that made her feel confused about herself. It also made her feel a little stronger. Put an egg in your shoe and beat it, make like a tree and leave, imitate an amoeba and split. Am I weird? Yeah. But so what? Everybody's weird. It's hard enough for a person to keep their own socks pulled up, let alone someone else's. We either learn to accept or we end up writing letters home with crayons. It's how we see the world that keeps the darkness beyond at bay. Keeps it from pouring through and devouring us. I think all of us might know that, way down deep. His name is Legion. He is the king of nowhere. I think you're a taker. You've always been one. It's like God left some part of you out when He built you inside of me. I believe the first draft of a book, even a long one, should take no more than 3 months, any longer and, for me, at least, the story begins to take on an odd foreign feel, like a dispatch from the Romanian Department of Public Affairs, or something broadcast on high-band shortwave during a period of severe sunspot activity. Kindle, isn't it? The waitress asked. I got one for Christmas, and I love it. I'm reading my way through all of Jodi Picoult's books. Oh, probably not all of them, Wesley said. Huh. Why not? She's probably got another one done already. That's all I meant. And James Patterson's probably written one since he got up this morning, she said, and went off chortling. Roland could not understand why anyone would want cocaine or any other illegal drug, for that matter, in a world where such a powerful one as sugar was so plentiful and cheap. Oh, there were all sorts of things to wonder about, but the truth was simple. Here stood this door alone on an endless stretch of beach, and it was for only one of two things, opening or leaving closed. Just go on dancing with me like this forever and I'll never tire. We'll scrape our shoe on the stars and hang upside down from the moon. The wonder is that so many OCDs manage to live productive lives, just the same. They work, they eat, often not enough or too much, it's true, they go to the movies, they make love to their girlfriends and boyfriends, their wives and husbands. And all the time those birds are there, clinging to them and pecking away little bits of flesh. He killed them with their love. I dreamed of you. I dreamed you were wandering in the dark, and so was I. We found each other. We found each other in the dark. On the day of my judgment, when I stand before God, and He asks me why did I kill one of His true miracles, what am I gonna say? That it was my job. My job. Good days and long nights to ya, sigh. How life did imitate art sometimes. And the cruder the art, the closer the imitation. I was being paid to do what I loved, and there's no gig on earth better than that, it's like a license to steal. Politics always change. Stories never do. For a moment he felt a wild hope, perhaps this really was a nightmare. Perhaps he would awake in his own bed, bathed in sweat, shaking, maybe even crying. But alive. Safe. Then he pushed the thought away. Its charm was deadly, its comfort fatal. I wouldn't have missed a single minute of it, not for the whole world. There are all sorts of dream interpretations, Freud's being the most notorious, but I have always believed they served a simple eliminatory function, and not much more, that dreams are the psyche's way of taking a good dump every now and then. Everything's a lot tougher when it's for real. That's when you choke. When it's for real. Has it ever occurred to you, he said abruptly, that parents are nothing but overgrown kids until their children drag them into adulthood? Usually kicking and screaming. I shook my head. Tell you what I think, he said. I think that part of being a parent is trying to kill your kids. Guys like Henry and his buddies were an accident waiting to happen, the little kids' version of floods or tornadoes or gallstones. Definition of a wanderer, a guy who's always looking beyond. Fighting for peace is like ing for chastity. A library card is good to have, you can never have too much ID. It didn't occur to me until later that there's another truth, very simple. Greed in a good cause is still greed. The scariest, most terrifying thing that I fear? Yes. My imagination. I thought you were going to say fear, itself. Then you have a small imagination. Roland and Eddie. May you find your tower, Roland, and breach it, and may you climb to the top. I wanted to say goodbye to someone, and have someone say goodbye to me. The goodbyes we speak and the goodbyes we hear are the goodbyes that tell us we're still alive. I do not kill with my gun. He who kills with his gun has forgotten the face of his father. I kill with my heart. If you were seeing a lot of horseshit, there had to be a pony in the vicinity. And that almost killed you. It wasn't deep, but it got infected. Infection means that the bad germs got into it. Infection's the most dangerous thing there is, Tom. Infection was what made the superflu germ kill all the people. An infection is what made people want to make the germ in the first place. An infection of the mind. It's a cash and carry world. Sometimes you pay a little. Mostly it's a lot. Sometimes, it's everything you have. And you may make revelations that cost you dearly only to have people look at you in a funny way, not understanding what you've said at all, or why you thought it was so important that you almost cried while you were saying it. We each owe a death, there are no exceptions, I know that, but sometimes, oh God, the Green Mile is so long. They walked back into the world together, wearing the gift that had been given them, just life. Pity was not love, Barbie reflected, but if you were a child, giving clothes to someone who was naked had to be a step in the right direction. If life teaches anything at all, it teaches that there are so many happy endings that the man who believes that there is no God needs his rationality called into serious question. She is a cat with a burning tail, an ant under a microscope, a fly about to lose its wings to the curious plucking fingers of a third grader on a rainy day. A game for bored children with no bodies and the whole universe at their feet. The road and the tale have both been long, would you not say so? The trip has been long and the cost has been high, but no great thing was ever attained easily. A long tale, like a tall tower, must be built a stone at a time. They had become a fixed star in the shifting firmament of the high school's relationships, the acknowledged Romeo and Juliet. And she knew with sudden hatefulness that there was one couple like them in every white suburban high school in America. A friend came to visit James Joyce one day and found the great man sprawled across his writing desk in a posture of utter despair. "James, what's wrong?" the friend asked. "Is it the work?" Joyce indicated assent without even raising his head to look at his friend. "Of course it was the work, isn't it always? How many words did you get today?" the friend pursued. Joyce, still in despair, still sprawled face down on his desk. "7. But James, that's good, at least for you." "Yes," Joyce said, finally looking up. "I suppose it is, but I don't know what order they go in." "What a paragon of virtue you are, gunslinger!" The man in black laughed. "Until that afternoon in October 4 years ago, I hadn't known dogs could scream." "Your pimples are the Lord's way of chastising you. Now eat your pie." "Do you believe in an afterlife?" the gunslinger asked him as Brown dropped 3 ears of hot corn onto his plate. Brown nodded. "I think this is it." It was more like bleeding than crying. Grammar is the pole you grab to get your thoughts up on their feet and walking. In the end we always wear out our worries. That's what Wireman says. There seems to be no air in the air she breathes. This inhuman place makes human monsters. Any parting could be forever, and we don't know. You can't be too careful on a skateboard. It was as hysterical as a woman having a hot flash. That's not such a bad thing, he said to me. In nightmares we can think the worst. That's what they're for, I guess. Calling it a simple schoolgirl crush was like saying a Rolls-Royce was a vehicle with 4 wheels, something like a hay wagon. She did not giggle wildly and blush when she saw him, nor did she chalk his name on trees or write it on the walls of the kissing bridge. She simply lived with his face in her heart all the time, a kind of sweet, hurtful ache. She would have died for him. As a species we're fundamentally insane. Put more than 2 of us in a room, we pick sides and start dreaming up reasons to kill one another. Why do you think we invented politics and religion? The turtle couldn't help us. What you don't know, you can't tell. Or made to tell. There's always someone who knows something. A change is as good as a rest. You might question a winkle, a feeling that came to you right out of the blue, but you didn't question knowing. And this wasn't lying, not really. It was leaving out. A book is like a pump. It gives nothing unless first you give to it. You prime a pump with your own water, you work the handle with your own strength. You do this because you expect to get back more than you give. Time heals all wounds. Andy Dufresne, that's the beauty of music. They can't get that from you. Haven't you ever felt that way about music? Red, I played a mean harmonica as a younger man. Lost interest in it though. Didn't make much sense in here. Andy, here's where it makes the most sense. You need it so you don't forget. Red, forget? Andy, forget that. There are places in this world that aren't made out of stone. That there's something inside, that they can't get to, that they can't touch. That's yours. Red, what are you talking about? Andy, hope. I hope you liked them, reader, that they did for you what any good story should do, make you forget the real stuff weighing on your mind for a little while and take you away, to a place you've never been. It's the most amiable sort of magic I know. What Jack didn't understand was that no matter where he went, the same asshole got off the plane. You don't always talk with your mouth. Sometimes what you say with your mouth hardly matters at all. You have to signify. The color white is the absence of memory. And in the gunslinger's mind, those words echoed, "You dare not." You couldn't get hold of the things you'd done and turn them right again. Such a power might be given to the gods, but it was not given to women and men, and that was probably a good thing. Had it been otherwise, people would probably die of old age still trying to rewrite their teens. I never had any friends later on like the ones I had when I was 12, Jesus, did you? I've spread my legs in the back seat in a creative sense quite a few times. In many ways, Eula Beulah prepared me for literary criticism. After having a 200-pound babysitter fart on your face and yell "pow," the Village Voice holds few terrors. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. When you find something at which you have talent, you do that thing, whatever it is, until your fingers bleed or your eyes pop out of your head. When I was a kid, I believed everything I was told, everything I read, and every dispatch sent out by my own overheated imagination. This made for more than a few sleepless nights, but it also filled the world I lived in with colors and textures I would not have traded for a lifetime of restful nights. Late last night and the night before, Tommyknockers knocking on my door. I wanna go out, don't know if I can, 'cause I'm so afraid of the Tommyknocker man. You're dead, George. You just don't have the sense to lie down. Anyone who thinks impressions of old movie actors is funny absolutely cannot be trusted. I think it's like a law of nature. Animals don't know as much about jealousy as people, but they're not ignorant of it either. Working with him was sort of like trying to defuse a bomb with somebody standing behind you and every now and then clashing a pair of cymbals together. In a word, upsetting. I realized the shells were talking in a voice I recognized. I should have. It was my own. Had I always known that? I suppose I had. On some level, unless we're mad, I think most of us know the various voices of our own imaginations. And of our memories, of course. They have voices, too. Ask anyone who has ever lost a limb or a child or a long-cherished dream. Ask anyone who blames himself for a bad decision, usually made in a raw instant, an instant that is most commonly read. Our memories have voices, too. Often sad ones that clamor like raised arms in the dark. Art is the concrete artifact of faith and expectation, the realization of a world that would otherwise be little more than a veil of pointless consciousness stretched over a gulf of mystery. Clear communication between selves, the surface self and the deep self, is the enemy of self-doubt. It slays confusion. Cut him. Cut him while I stand here and watch. I want to see the blood flow. Don't make me tell you twice. At the time we're stuck in it, like hostages locked in a Turkish bath, high school seems the most serious business in the world to just about all of us. It's not until the second or third class reunion that we start realizing how absurd the whole thing was. You will not falter, because you will have the everlasting arm of the Lord God of hosts to lean on. Yes. With God's help you will stand. A critical assumption is sometimes made that Grisham, Clancy, Crichton myself, have access to some mystical vulgate that other, and often better, writers cannot find or will not deign to use. I doubt if this is true. Nor do I believe the contention of some popular novelists. That their success is based on literary merit, that the public understands true greatness in ways the tight *****, consumed by jealousy literary establishment cannot. This idea is ridiculous, a product of vanity and insecurity. If you expect to succeed as a writer, rudeness should be the second to least of your concerns. The least of all should be polite society and what it expects. If you intend to write as truthfully as you can, your days as a member of polite society are numbered, anyway. There's always a choice. That's God's way, always will be. Your will is still free. Do as you will. There's no set of leg irons on you. But, this is what God wants of you. Silent white light filled the world. And the righteous and unrighteous alike were consumed in that holy fire. Come on back and we'll see if you remember the simplest thing of all, how it is to be children, secure in belief and thus afraid of the dark. High school isn't a very important place. When you're going you think it's a big deal, but when it's over nobody really thinks it was great unless they're beard up. Swear to me that if it isn't dead you'll all come back. Love is what moves the world, I've always thought. It is the only thing which allows men and women to stand in a world where gravity always seems to want to pull them down, bring them low, and make them crawl. In these silences something may rise. I always like to see enlightened parents like that. It gives me hope for the future. Here I am, 90 years old and ready for the cooling board, using a brand new Macintosh computer, and there you sit, 22 and gorgeous, fresh as a new peach, yet scrawling on a yellow legal pad like an old maid in a Victorian romance. It was like drowning, only from the inside out. She felt like someone who drowns remembering what it was like to still be on the boat, so calm and at ease, so carelessly safe. It's a long way back to Eden, sweetheart, so don't sweat the small stuff. We all float down here. I like to get 10 pages a day, which amounts to 2,000 words. That's 180,000 words over a 3-month span, a goodish length for a book, something in which the reader can get happily lost, if the tale is done well and stays fresh. Your hair is winter fire, January embers, my heart burns there, too. He was a romantic in his own harsh way, yet he was also realist enough to know that sometimes love actually did conquer all. The only mortal sin is giving up. If you tell yourself the great lie of bad art that you are in charge, your chance at the truth will be lost. The truth isn't always pretty. Shall there be truth between us, as two men, not as friends, but as enemies and equals? Nora Roberts is cool. Sometimes an accident can be an unhappy woman's best friend. You said, God is cruel, the way a person who's lived his whole life on Tahiti might say, snow is cold. You knew, but you didn't understand. He stepped close to David and put his palms on the boy's cold cheeks. Do you know how cruel your God can be, David? How fantastically cruel. Time slowed and reality bent, on and on the Eggman went. So do we pass the ghosts that haunt us later in our lives. They sit undramatically by the roadside like poor beggars, and we see them only from the corners of our eyes, if we see them at all. The idea that they have been waiting there for us rarely crosses our minds. Yet they do wait, and when we have passed, they gather up their bundles of memory and fall in behind, treading in our footsteps and catching up, little by little. The water was glassy and calm, still candy-colored in the afterglow of sunset. I'm having a magenta day. Not just red, but magenta. The man in black fled across the desert, and the gunslinger followed. He smiles a lot. But I think there might be worms inside him making him smile. The year she had run fleetly through the dewy grass under the moon, the night of wine, when dreams condensed out of thin air like the night milk of fantasy. He could feel the pores of his body open like a million mouths and slurp the water in like a sponge. Lightning flashed dully inside the clouds on the horizon, making them look as if they had fireflies of their own, monster fireflies the size of dinosaurs. A cloud-congested call that is alternately red, orange, vermilion, purple. Sometimes the clouds break apart in great, slow rafts, letting through beams of innocent yellow sunlight that are bitterly nostalgic for the summer that has gone by. Thin clouds form, and the shadows lengthen out. They have no breadth, as summer shadows have. There are no leaves on the trees or fat clouds in the sky to make them thick. They are gaunt, mean shadows that bite the ground like teeth. As the sun nears the horizon, its benevolent yellow begins to deepen, to become infected, until it glares an angry inflamed orange. It throws a variegated glow over the horizon. Crying was like pissing everything out on the ground. The sandwich he made was bologna and cheese, his favorite. All the sandwiches he made were his favorites. That was one of the advantages of being single. The sun was a molten coin burning a circle in the low-hanging overcast, surrounded by a fairy ring of moisture. But still, sometimes, in the heart of winter when the light outside seemed yellow, sleepy, like a cat curled up on a sofa. In the stutter flashes of light, the clouds looked like huge transparent brains filled with bad thoughts. And the rain went rolling down the window panes, and the shadows wiggled and squiggled on her cheek and forehead like black veins. Well, I'm like a drug addict. I'm always saying I'm going to stop, and then I don't. What I've said consistently is that I hope I know when to stop, when it starts to get repetitive. After the 9/11 apocalypse happened in New York City, people, particularly New Yorkers, who breathed in the ash, or saw the results of that, have a tendency to keep seeing echoes and having flashbacks to it. We're news junkies in my house. Only God gets things right the first time. Do you know how cruel your God can be, David? How fantastically cruel, sometimes he makes us live. The king is in his tower, eating bread and honey. The breaker's in the basement, making all the money. You'll consider what you did wrong, bookend your reflections with hunger, no supper, no breakfast. I feel better in my mind because I'm doing what God made me to do. He said, "Go write books, Steve, and you'll be happy." I'm happy now, and that has had an effect on my life and my relationship with my wife and kids and even my friends. I've always wanted to be a writer. If you don't have time to read, you don't have the time, or the tools, to write. Simple as that. The poets continually and sometimes willfully mistake love. Love is the old slaughterer. If it's okay to register cars and license drivers, why is it not okay to impose similar legal responsibilities on gun owners? Elvis Presley's talent brightened millions of lives. He widened the horizons of my world certainly. The first record I ever owned was a 78 RPM of Hound Dog backed by Don't Be Cruel, and when I listened to those tunes I felt about 10 feet tall and I grinned so hard that I felt like the corners of my mouth would meet in the back and the tip of my head would simply topple off. All I know about rock and roll is that it makes people feel good. Elvis Presley more than made me feel good, he enriched my life and made it better. When you're 6, most of your bingo balls are still floating around in the draw tank. One of life's great truths is this: when one is about to be struck by a speeding 600-pound Coke machine, one need worry about little else. Carrie was a terrific piece of work. At the end of the movie comes, when Amy Irving kneels down to put the flowers on Carrie's grave, a hand comes up through the grave and seizes her by the arm. The audience went to the roof, totally to the roof. It was just the most amazing reaction. And I thought, we have a monster hit on our hands. Brian De Palma has done something new. He's actually created a shock ending that shocks an audience that was ready for a horror film. And there were several people who did it after that. The ghost story movie that scared me the most was The Changeling with George C. Scott. I think that's sometimes overlooked, but it's a wonderful piece of work. Horror movies often work better when we have a stake in the game. The more we care about the characters, the more human they are to us, the more appealing they are to us, and the more effective the horror tends to be. The horror genre is an extremely delicate thing. You can talk to filmmakers and even psychologists who've studied the genre, and even they don't understand what works or what doesn't work. More importantly, they don't understand why it works when it works. When people begin to lose hope, there's bound to be explosions. Acknowledge your good fortune by sharing it. Why does everyone think that I am a cruel and insensitive man? I mean, come on, I have kids, on my desk in little jars. Doubters will doubt to the end. To the devil with false modesty. Mornings belong to whatever is new, the current composition. Afternoons are for naps and letters. It's time for the wealthy to pay their fair share before the middle class becomes the forgotten class, and it's time for the banks to give back what they were given. There are those in politics, particularly those on the conservative side, who can't get enough of telling people that the wealthy 1% must not be taxed because doing so kills jobs. The real job killers are corporate greed and political expediency. It's time for working people in Maine and all across the country to take back the American dream. People seem to think there's a magic formula to writing. I just write one word at a time. Whenever I publish a book, I feel like a trapper caught by the Iroquois. They're all lined up with tomahawks, and the idea is to run through with your head down, and everybody gets to take a swing. They hit you in the head, the back, the ass, and the balls. We're all going to die. I'm just trying to make it a little more interesting. I don't want to just mess with your head. I want to mess with your life. I want you to miss appointments, burn dinner, skip your homework. I want you to tell your wife to take that moonlight stroll on the beach at Waikiki with the resort tennis pro while you read a few more chapters. Do you need someone to make you a paper badge with the word writer on it before you can believe you are one? God, I hope not. Now comes the big question. What are you going to write about? And the equally big answer, anything you damn well want. Anything at all. As long as you tell the truth. Formula: second draft equals first draft minus 10%. Practice is invaluable, honesty is indispensable. Writing fiction is no job for intellectual cowards. And if you are honest about the words coming out of your characters' mouths, you'll find that you've let yourself in for a fair amount of criticism. The situation comes first, the characters come next. Then, begin to narrate. The sort of strenuous reading and writing program I advocate, 4 to 6 hours a day, every day, will not seem strenuous if you really enjoy doing these things and have an aptitude for them. The more fiction you read and write, the more you'll find your paragraphs forming on their own. Stopping a piece of work just because it's hard, either emotionally or imaginatively, is a bad idea. Sometimes you have to go on when you don't feel like it, and sometimes you're doing good work when it feels like all you're managing is to shovel *T from a sitting position. For the first time in my life, writing was hard. The problem was the teaching. By most Friday afternoons I felt as if I'd spent the week with jumper cables clamped to my brain. Of all the questions I'm asked, the most difficult is, how does it feel to be famous? Since I'm not, that question always catches me with a feeling of surrealism. I've got 3 kids and I've changed all their diapers, and when it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you're changing something that's sort of special delivery with one eye open and one eye shut, you don't feel famous. American grammar doesn't have the sturdiness of British grammar, but it has its own scruffy charm. Writers write. That's all it is. It is as simple, and as complex, as that. The great thing about writing is that, you can do all these antisocial things and you get paid for them and nobody ever arrests you because they're all make-believe. Then that way if you were actually ever driven to do any of those things, the pressure's off because you'd have already written them down. It's therapy. Not writing would be like going the rest of your life without having dreams. Man may have been made in the image of God, but human society was made in the image of his opposite number, and is always trying to get back home. I started off thinking Eminem was a flash in the pan, a kind of hip-hop Hanson brother. How wrong I was. Recovery is sometimes funny, sometimes terrible, always painfully honest. The matching of Eminem and Rihanna on Love the Way You Lie is pure genius. Not Afraid is pretty great too. The best show on television is Red Sox baseball. Everything else sucks. I don't want to speak too disparagingly of my generation, actually I do. We had a chance to change the world and opted for the home shopping network instead. But there was a view among the student writers I knew at that time that good writing came spontaneously, in an uprush of feeling that had to be caught at once. When you were building that all-important stairway to heaven, you couldn't just stand around with your hammer in your hand. Too often, in novels that are speculative, God is a kind of kryptonite, and that's about all that it is, and it goes back to Dracula, where someone dumps a crucifix in Count Dracula's face, and he pulls away and runs back into his house. That's not religion. That's some kind of juju, like a talisman. This is probably the single great subject of horror fiction, our need to cope with a mystery that can be understood only with the aid of a helpful imagination. The act of writing itself is done in secret, like masturbation. Teaching school is like having jumper cables hooked to your brain, draining all the juice out of you. No writer, painter, or actor, no artist, is ever handed a sharp knife, although a few people are handed almighty big ones. The name we give to the artist with the big knife is genius, and we hone with varying degrees of zeal and aptitude. I think a lot of times dreams are nothing more than a kind of mental or spiritual flatulence. They're a way of relieving pressure. If there's one American belief I hold above all others, it's that those who would set themselves up in judgment on matters of what is right and what is best should be given no rest, that they should have to defend their behavior most stringently. As a nation, we've been through too many fights to preserve our rights of free thought to let them go just because some prude with a highlighter doesn't approve of them. I understand from my own work that haste makes waste. But I also understand that the creative spark dims, and then death puts it out. William Shakespeare, for instance, hasn't produced a new play for 400 years. That, my friends, is a long dry spell. I understand that each one of us works at a different speed, and has a slightly different process. I understand that these writers are painstaking, wanting each sentence, each word to carry weight. I know it's not laziness, but respect for the work, and I understand from my own work that haste makes waste. But I also understand that life is short, and that in the end, none of us is prolific. The creative spark dims, and then death puts it out. William Shakespeare, for instance, hasn't produced a new play for 400 years. That, my friends, is a long dry spell. When the reader hears strong echoes of his or her own life and beliefs, he or she is apt to become more invested in the story. When the time is gone, you can never get it back. The past is obdurate. It doesn't want to change. The definition of an asshole is someone who doesn't believe what he is seeing. It's a tough life if you don't weaken. The simple truth of things is that bad dreams are far better than bad wakings. Writing is like sex. The more you think about it, the harder it is to do. It's better not to think about it so much and just let it happen. A place is yours when you know where all the roads go. A short story is like a kiss in the dark. Most Gothics are overplotted novels whose success or failure hinges on the author's ability to make you believe in the characters and partake of the mood. You cannot condemn a man for what may only be a figment of your own imagination. A man without a sense of purpose, even one whose bank accounts are stuffed with money, is always a small man. Such an ego simply forbade certain lines of thought. Pain is the biggest power of love. Description is what makes the reader a sensory participant in the story. Terrifying. A dark matter is populated with vivid, sympathetic characters, and driven by terrors both human and supernatural. It's the kind of book that's impossible to put down once it has been picked up. It kept me reading far into the night. Straub builds otherworldly terror without ever losing touch with his attractive cast of youngsters, who age beautifully. Put this one high on your list. It's not the pain I'm afraid of, I know about the pain. What I'm afraid of is the end of this small, sweet dream. Paul LePage has become a terrible embarrassment to the state I live in and love. If he won't govern, he should resign. I work to loud music, hard rock stuff like AC/DC, Guns N' Roses, and Metallica have always been particular favorites, but for me the music is just another way of shutting the door. Pray for rain while digging a well. It had that comfortably sprung, lived-in look that library books with a lively circulation always get, bent page corners, a dab of mustard on page 331, A whiff of some reader's spilled after-dinner whiskey on page 468. Only library books speak with such wordless eloquence of the power good stories hold over us, how good stories abide, unchanged and mutely wise, while we poor humans grow older and slower. If you write, or paint or dance or sculpt or sing, I suppose, someone will try to make you feel lousy about it, that's all. In a brilliant fusion of fact and fiction, Jane Anne Phillips has written the novel of the year. It's the story of a serial killer's crimes and capture, yes. But it's also a compulsively readable story of how one brave woman faces up to acts of terrible violence in order to create something good and strong in the aftermath. Quiet Dell will be compared to In Cold Blood, but Phillips offers something Capote could not, a heroine who lights up the dark places and gives us hope in our humanity. Some tears have to be cried no matter what the hour. Until they simply rave and burn inside. Legends grow beards, and 23 years is plenty of time to grow a long one. These self-appointed deacons in the Church of Latter-day American literature seem to regard generosity, of words, with suspicion, texture with dislike, and any broad literary stroke with outright hate. The result is a strange and arid literary climate where a meaningless little fingernail paring like Nicholson Baker's Vox becomes an object of fascinated debate and dissection, and a truly ambitious American novel like Matthew's Heart of the Country is all but ignored. We sometimes need to create unreal monsters and bogies to stand in for all the things we fear in our real lives. No one can be as intellectually slothful as a really smart person. A marriage was like a house under constant construction, each year seeing the completion of new rooms. A first-year marriage was a cottage, one that had gone on for 27 years was a huge and rambling mansion. There were bound to be crannies and storage spaces, most of them dusty and abandoned, some containing a few unpleasant relics you would just as soon you hadn't found. But that was no biggie. You either threw those relics out or took them to Goodwill. I've killed enough of the world's trees. I was sitting one day and thinking about cannibalism, because that's what guys like me do. And I thought, suppose a guy was washed up on a rocky island, how much of himself could he eat? Stories are like relics, part of an undiscovered pre-existing world. The writer's job is to use the tools in his or her toolbox to get as much of each one out of the ground intact as possible. The Three is really wonderful. A mix of Michael Crichton and Shirley Jackson, hard to put down and vastly entertaining. I was built with a love of the night and the unquiet coffin. What I tell kids is don't get mad about censorship, get even. Rudd, don't walk to the first library you can find and read what they're trying to keep out of your eyes. Read what they're trying to keep out of your brains. Because that's exactly what you need to know. There are, occasionally, writers who are able to combine both story and style. They are, of course, the best. You get a spectacular view and you also get to look at it from the back seat of a chauffeur-driven Cadillac. In the field of fantasy, those writers able to combine story as narration with story as style are even rarer. But there are a few, the late Theodore Sturgeon, the early Ray Bradbury, and Richard Christian Matheson. A brilliant chip off the old block. A broken spoon may be a fork in disguise. Belief has a second edge. If there are 10,000 medieval peasants who create vampires by believing them real, there may be one, probably a child, who will imagine the stake necessary to kill it. But a stake is only stupid wood, the mind is the mallet which drives it home. Money can't buy off the lightning. Some things it don't pay to be curious about. A secret needs two faces to bounce between, a secret needs to see itself in another pair of eyes. Did you know that Dairy Queen ice cream is mostly bubbles? I believe there is an unseen world all around us. Terror often arises from a pervasive sense of disestablishment, that things are in the unmaking. A slice of pie without cheese is like a kiss without a squeeze. It's up to men to build things, it's up to God to blow them down. You should never trust a person who prays in public. There is no tyrant as merciless as pain. Pride, that invisible bone that keeps the neck stiff. Parenting is the greatest of hum a few bars and ill fake it skills. If you have given up your heart, you have already lost. A heartless creature is a loveless creature, and a loveless creature is a beast. Life isn't always a butcher's game. Sometimes the prizes are real. Sometimes they're precious. Life is a wheel, and if you wait long enough, it always comes back around to where it started. Lawyers are fleas on the hide of human nature. Families, when a child is born, want it to be intelligent. I, through intelligence, having wrecked my whole life, only hope the baby will prove ignorant and stupid. Then he will crown a tranquil life by becoming a cabinet minister. If you think you've gone insane, you're nuts. When facts speak, the wise man listens. City life is no life for a country man, for such a man that life is a kind of damnation in itself. Bad chances were better than no chances. In bowling and in life, if a person made the spares, the strikes would take care of themselves. Let the word and the legend go before you. Let the world go before you. Let your shadow grow. Let it grow hair on its face. Let it become dark. Given time, words may even enchant an enchanter. I never think of stories as made things, I think of them as found things. As if you pull them out of the ground. Fantasy fiction is essentially about the concept of power. Great fantasy fiction is about people who find it at great cost or lose it tragically. Mediocre fantasy fiction is about people who have it and never lose it but simply wield it. Constant reading will pull you into a place, a mindset, if you like the phrase, where you can write eagerly and without self-consciousness. The cumulative power of doing things the same way every day seems to be a way of saying to the mind, you're going to be dreaming soon. Pay and the story rolls. Steal and the story folds. No stealing from the blind newsboy. When a man has died, he wants you to know about it. I believe that anyone using the phrase, "That's so cool," should have to stand in the corner. There's one novel, Cujo, that I barely remember writing at all. You can see the goldenrod, that most tenacious and pernicious and beauteous of all New England flora, bowing away from the wind like a great and silent congregation. And if there are no cars or planes, and if no one's Uncle John is out in the woodlot west of town banging away at a quail or pheasant, if the only sound is the slow beat of your own heart, you can hear another sound, and that is the sound of life winding down to its cyclic close, waiting for the first winter snow to perform last rites. Forced to define irrational subconscious, I would say that it is a small padded room inside all of us, where the only furnishing is a small card table, and the only thing on the card table is a revolver loaded with flexible bullets. The workman cut to the left, still laying on his horn, and roared around the drunkenly weaving limousine. He invited the driver of the limo to perform an illegal sex act on himself, to engage in oral congress with various rodents and birds. He articulated his own proposal that all persons of Negro blood return to their native continent. He expressed his sincere belief in the position the limo driver's soul would occupy in the afterlife. He finished by saying that he believed he had met the limo driver's mother in a New Orleans house of prostitution. I've put men to death, men with supposedly immortal souls that look dumber than that mouse. It's the pool where we all go down to drink, to swim, to catch a little fish from the edge of the shore. It's also the pool where some hardy souls go out in their flimsy wooden boats after the big ones. It is the pool of life, the cup of imagination, and she has an idea that different people see different versions of it, but with two things ever in common. It's always about a mile deep in the fairy forest, and it's always sad. Because imagination isn't the only thing this place is about. You need hedges. Hedges, I said, bemused. Yes, Edgar. He looked surprised and a little disappointed, as if I had failed to understand a very simple concept. Hedges against the night. Write what you like, then imbue it with life and make it unique by blending in your own personal knowledge of life, friendship, relationships, sex, and work. Especially work. People love to read about work. God knows why, but they do. Knowing that to be a librarian was to come as close as any human being can to sitting in the peak seat of eternity's engine. Just the act of cooking made her feel better, because cooking was life. But it's writing, damn it, not washing the car or putting on eyeliner. If you can take it seriously, we can do business. If you can't or won't, it's time for you to close the book and do something else. Wash the car, maybe. Writing is seduction. He supposed that even in hell, people got an occasional sip of water, if only so they could appreciate the full horror of unrequited thirst when it set in again. Poe was the first writer to write about main characters who were bad guys or who were mad guys, and those are some of my favorite stories. The book is not the important part. The book is the delivery system. The important part is the story and the talent. As a rule, I don't worry about genre. I just want to tell a good story, with characters that interest me and my readers. If I cannot horrify, I'll go for the gross out. I'm not proud. If you can read in the 21st century, you own the world. Terror. When you come home and notice everything you own has been taken away and replaced by an exact substitute. It's when the lights go out and you feel something behind you, you hear it, you feel its breath against your ear, but when you turn around there's nothing there. I don't take notes, I don't outline, I don't do anything like that. I just flail away at the goddamn thing. I'm a salami writer. I try to write good salami, but salami is salami. You can't sell it as caviar. Fear is the emotion that makes us blind. Writing is like a little hole in reality that you can go through and you can get out and you can be someplace else for a while. Once I fell in love with books, I fell in love completely. The world had moved on and all that was over, done before fairly begun. At its most basic, we are discussing a learned skill, writing, but do we not agree that sometimes the most basic skills can create things far beyond our expectations? We are talking about tools and carpentry, about words and style, but as we move along, you do well to remember that we are also talking about magic. Writing fiction, especially a long work of fiction, can be a difficult, lonely job. It's like crossing the Atlantic Ocean in a bathtub. There's plenty of opportunity for self-doubt. The boat dipped and swayed and sometimes took on water, but it did not sink. The two brothers had waterproofed it well. I do not know where it finally fetched up, if it ever did. Perhaps it reached the sea and sails there forever, like a magic boat in a fairy tale. All I know is that it was still afloat and still running on the breast of the flood when it passed TE Incorporated town limits of Derry, Maine, and there it passes out of this tale forever. People can be stunningly unobservant. The world's a hard place, Danny. It don't care. It don't hate you and me, but it don't love us, either. Terrible things happen in the world, and they're things no one can explain. Good people die in bad, painful ways and leave the folks that love them all alone. Sometimes it seems like it's only the bad people who stay healthy and prosper. The world don't love you, but your mama does and so do I. But it's hard for a man to give up all his pleasures, even when they don't pleasure him no more. Every religion lies. Every moral precept is a delusion. Even the stars are a mirage. The truth is darkness, and the only thing that matters is making a statement before one enters it. Cutting the skin of the world and leaving a scar. That's all history is, after all, scar tissue. Everyone needs a hobby, he said. And everyone needs a miracle or two, just to prove life is more than just one long trudge from the cradle to the grave. Busy as a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. The object of fiction isn't grammatical correctness, but to make the reader welcome and then tell a story. Writing is seduction. Good talk is part of seduction. He needs to be corrected, if you don't mind me saying so. He needs a good talking to, and perhaps a bit more. My own girls, sir, didn't care for the overlook at first. One of them actually stole a pack of my matches and tried to burn it down. I corrected them. I corrected them most harshly. And when my wife tried to stop me from doing my duty, I corrected her. Remember that the truth is in the details. No matter how you see the world or what style it imposes on your work as an artist, the truth is in the details. Of course the devil's there, too. Everyone says so, but maybe truth and the devil are words for the same thing. It could be, you know. Waiting rooms were made for books, of course. But so are theater lobbies before the show, long and boring checkout lines, and everyone's favorite, the John. There's a Mr. Hyde for every happy Jekyll face, a dark face on the other side of the mirror. The brain behind that face never heard of razors, prayers, or the logic of the universe. You turn the mirror sideways and see your face reflected with a sinister left-hand twist, half mad and half sane. A writer's notebook is the best way in the world to immortalize bad ideas. My idea about a good idea is one that sticks around and sticks around and sticks around. Strong delusions travel like cold germs on a sneeze. There are lots of guys out there who write a better prose line than I do and who have a better understanding of what people are really like and what humanity is supposed to mean. Hell, I know that. I'm convinced that fear is at the root of all bad writing. As a species, we're fundamentally insane. Don't let your elders and supposed betters tell you any different. Sure, you've never been to Paris. No, you never ran with the bulls at Pamplona. Yes, you're a pissant who had no hair in your armpits until 3 years ago, but so what? If you don't start out too big for your britches, how are you gonna fill them when you grow up? Let it rip regardless of what anybody tells you. That's my idea. Sit down and smoke that baby. Zombies are the new vampire. I don't want to sound like an ad, a public service ad on TV, but the fact is, if you can read, you can walk into a job later on. If you don't, then you've got the army, Iraq, I don't know, something like that. It's not as bright. So, that's my little commercial for that. But you don't do it. Because guys like us, Red, we know there's a third choice. An alternative to staying Simon Pure or bathing in the filth and the slime. It's the alternative that grown-ups all over the world pick. You balance off your walk through the hog wallow against what it gains you. You choose the lesser of two evils and try to keep your good intentions in front of you. And I guess you judge how well you're doing by how well you sleep at night, and what your dreams are like. No matter how many times you shake it, the last drop always ends up in your pants. The rope by which the great blocks of taxes are attached to any citizenry is simple loyalty. Isn't it too bad that the great truths are all such lies? The quiet, singing voice of the rose. The song that promised all might be well, that all manner of things might be well. Any statement beginning with the words, "in truth," is almost always a lie. There should be no telephone in your writing room, certainly no TV or video games for you to fool around with. If there's a window, draw the curtains or pull down the shades unless it looks out at a blank wall. I'm convinced that fear is at the root of most bad writing. Dumbo got airborne with the help of a magic feather. You may feel the urge to grasp a passive verb or one of those nasty adverbs for the same reason. Just remember, before you do that, Dumbo didn't need the feather, the magic was in him. Language does not always have to wear a tie and lace-up shoes. Let's talk, you and I. Let's talk about fear. The house is empty as I write this. A cold February rain is falling outside. It's night. Sometimes when the wind blows the way it's blowing now, we lose the power. But for now it's on, and so let's talk very honestly about fear. Let's talk very rationally about moving to the rim of madness and perhaps over the edge. Stephenie Meyer can't write worth a darn. She's not very good. Writers must be fair and remember, even bad guys, most of them, anyway, see themselves as good. They are the heroes of their own lives. Giving them a fair chance as characters can create some interesting shades of gray, and shades of gray are also a part of life. The first is that good writing consists of mastering the fundamentals, vocabulary, grammar, the elements of style, and then filling the third level of your toolbox with the right instruments. The second is that while it is impossible to make a competent writer out of a bad writer, and while it is equally impossible to make a great writer out of a good one, it is possible, with lots of hard work, dedication, and timely help, to make a good writer out of a merely competent one. So okay, there you are in your room with the shade down and the door shut and the plug pulled out of the base of the telephone. You've blown up your TV and committed yourself to 1,000 words a day, come hell or high water. Now comes the big question, what are you going to write about? And the equally big answer, anything you damn well want. It's exciting and it's thrilling and it's not particularly threatening, because they're not overtly sexual. A lot of the physical side of it is conveyed in things like the vampire will touch her forearm or run a hand over skin, and she just flushes all hot and cold. And for girls, that's a shorthand for all the feelings that they're not ready to deal with yet. If being a kid is about learning how to live, then being a grown-up is about learning how to die. There are a great many ways to commit suicide, you know. Maybe that's why God made us kids first and built us close to the ground, because He knows you got to fall down a lot and bleed a lot before you learn that one simple lesson. You pay for what you get, you own what you pay for, and sooner or later whatever you own comes back home to you. I've given up thinking, it keeps getting me into trouble. Memories are contrary things. If you quit chasing them and turn your back, they often return on their own. I'm a salami writer. I try to write good salami, but salami is salami. You can go through your whole life telling yourself that life is logical, life is prosaic, life is sane. Above all sane. And I think it is. I've had a lot of time to think about that. And what I keep coming back to is her dying declaration. So you understand that when we increase the number of variables, the axioms themselves never change. He removed his invaluable valuables and dumped his shirt, pants, and skivvies into a leather slot. He had never been a social man. He had shunned causes with contempt and disgust. They were for pig-simple suckers and people with too much time and money on their hands. The woman had looked into the abyss and then walked out across it. Rage, the biggest, truest rage of her adult life, had invaded her like a fever, but it wasn't like any fever she had known previously. It circulated like weird serum, cold on the right side of her body, then hot on the left, where her heart was. It seemed to come nowhere near her head, which remained clear. Madness is a kind of mental suicide. What happens to the wide-eyed observer when the window between reality and unreality breaks and the glass begins to fly? He realized now that a lot of the problem had been his own mind, which was usually moving at a speed 10 or 20 times that of his classmates. They had thought him strange, weird, or even suicidal, depending on the escapade in question. But maybe it had been a simple case of mental overdrive. If anything about being in constant mental overdrive was simple. Anyway, it was the sort of thing you got under control. After a while you got it under control, or you found outlets for it. And all that weirdness isn't just going on outside. It's in you too, right now, growing in the dark like magic mushrooms. Call it the thing in the cellar. Call it the blow lunch factor. Call it the Looney Tunes file. I think of it as my private dinosaur, huge, slimy, and mindless, stumbling around in the stinking swamp of my subconscious, never finding a tar pit big enough to hold it. It means that no blue ribbon is forever. Someday, if the world doesn't explode itself in the meantime, someone will run a 2-minute mile in the Olympics. It may take 100 years or 1,000, but it will happen. Because there is no ultimate blue ribbon. There is zero, and there is eternity, and there is mortality, but there is no ultimate. There is zero, and there is eternity, and there is mortality, but there is no ultimate. Stories are relics, part of an undiscovered pre-existing world. What do you really want to know? Am I sorry for what I did? There's not a day goes by I don't feel regret. Not because I'm in here, but because you think I should be. I look back on the way I was. A young, stupid kid that committed that terrible crime. I want to talk to him. I want to try to talk some sense to him. Tell him the way things are. But I can't. That kid's long gone, and this old man is all that's left. Not every book has to be loaded with symbolism, irony, or musical language, but it seems to me that every book, at least every one worth reading, is about something. Remember that Plumber in Space is not such a bad setup for a story. You can approach the act of writing with nervousness, excitement, hopefulness, or even despair, the sense that you can never completely put on the page what's in your mind and heart. You can come to the act with your fists clenched and your eyes narrowed, ready to kick ass and take down names. You can come to it because you want a girl to marry you or because you want to change the world. Come to it anyway, but lightly. Let me say it again, you must not come lightly to the blank page. Writing good dialogue is art as well as craft. It's dialogue that gives your cast their voices, and is crucial in defining their characters. The important question has nothing to do with whether the talk in your story is sacred or profane. The only question is how it rings on the page and in your ear. If you expect it to ring true, then you must talk yourself. Even more important, you must shut up and listen to others talk. As with all other aspects of fiction, the key to writing good dialogue is honesty. If you can remember all the accessories that go with your best outfit, the contents of your purse, the starting lineup of the New York Yankees or the Houston Oilers, or what label Hang on Sloopy by the McCoys was on, you are capable of remembering the differences between a gerund, verb form used as a noun, and a participle, verb form, used as an adjective. Even when love isn't enough, somehow it is. Las personas con un alto nivel de tolerancia al aburrimiento tienen tiempo de sobra para pensar. One night when my longing for her was like a fire burning out of control in my heart and my head, I wrote her a letter that just seemed to go on and on. I poured out my whole heart in it, never looking back to see what I'd said because I was afraid cowardice would make me stop. I didn't stop, and when a voice in my head clamored that it would be madness to mail such a letter, that I would be giving her my naked heart to hold in her hand, I ignored it with a child's breathless disregard of the consequences. There's something in us that is very much attracted to madness. Everyone who looks off the edge of a tall building has felt at least a faint, morbid urge to jump. And anyone who has ever put a loaded pistol up to his head. All right, my point is this, even the most well-adjusted person is holding on to his or her sanity by a greased rope. I really believe that. The rationality circuits are shoddily built into the human animal. I've spent my whole life doing some things because they were logical and not doing others because they were not. I've seen what happens when people act on intuition, or for illogical reasons. Sometimes the results are ludicrous and embarrassing, more often they are simply horrible. But here I am, just the same, behaving like a crack-brained crystal gazer. Now panic beats and flutters inside my skull like a flock of starlings locked in an attic. Everything in moderation. And that includes a couple of beers a day. True love always happens in a flash. His mother called such people ignorant and superstitious, but his father only shook his head slowly and puffed his pipe and said that sometimes old stories had a grain or two of truth in them and it was best not to take chances. It was why, he said, he crossed himself whenever a black cat crossed his path. Suicide gets in the air sometimes, like a cold germ. My mother was a reader, and she read to us. She read us Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde when I was 6 and my brother was 8. I never forgot it. No one ever really pays for betrayal in silver. The price of any betrayal always comes due in flesh. I looked at the ceiling and wished this life was over. This unhappy life that had started out so confidently. I thought I would sleep no more that night, but eventually I did. In the end we always wear out our worries. That's what Wireman says. When love leaves the world, all hearts are still. Tell them of my love and tell them of my pain and tell them of my hope, which still lives. For this is all I have and all I am and all I ask. It is fairly clear that many of the arguments against proposition testing are really arguments against propositions themselves. A campaign, like a brand, is not just a number of bits put together, a claim here, a pack shot there, a reason why somewhere else. If we try to produce it by the atomistic approach, we will end up with a sort of identikit brand. It will be a perfect description of the structure of the brand, as the identikit can describe the contours of the face. But it won't be the same thing. The brand will never come to life. The only leverage the manufacturer can apply to the retailer is his relationship with the consumer. And the main element in profit growth is going to have to lie in making his brand more valuable to the retailer, through its being more valuable to the consumer. And that means his brand must be unique, it must have no adequate direct substitutes, because it is in this, after all, that value lies. Advertising tends to be most effective in jogging finally into action those people who are well enough disposed towards a product, but have not yet got around to buying it. There are really very few economies of scale in centralizing or standardizing advertising. Time takes it all, whether you want it to or not. Time takes it all, time bears it away, and in the end there is only darkness. Sometimes we find others in that darkness, and sometimes we lose them there again. At 19, it seems to me, one has a right to be arrogant. Time has usually not begun its stealthy and rotten subtractions. It takes away your hair and your jump shot, according to a popular country song, but in truth it takes away a lot more than that. Time is a face on the water. I changed it. I had to. Do you know why? She studied him, her eyes grave. Because that was then and this is now. Because the past is gone, even though it defines the present. The good thing about being old is you don't have to worry about dying young. Fear stands for face everything and recover, old AA saying. Want a Coke? Abra asked. Sugar solves lots of problems, that's what I think. You'd be surprised what a person can live with, Dan said. The Shining. It was a good name, a comforting name, because she had always thought of it as a dark thing. The world was the Overlook Hotel, where the party never ended. Where the dead were alive forever. The Overlook was still not done with him. Written on the mirror, not in lipstick but in blood, was a single word, Redrum. Of course, when you were running with the bottom dogs, what you mostly saw were paws, claws, and assholes. He had come to believe that life was a series of ironic ambushes. Dr. Sleep. That's the curse of the reading class. We can be seduced by a good story even at the most inopportune moments. How many times, over how many years, had he, a grown man, asked for the mercy of another chance. He was suddenly so sick of himself, so revolted, that he could have groaned aloud. She had never dreamed there could be so much pain in a life when there was nothing physically wrong. She hurt all the time. If something is accessible to a lot of people, it's got to be dumb because most people are dumb. The exhilaration was hard to explain. It was a lonely feeling, a somehow melancholy feeling. He was outside, he passed on the wings of the wind, and none of the people beyond the brightly lighted squares of their windows saw him. They were inside where there was light and warmth. They didn't know he had passed them, only he knew. It was a secret thing. The old sleep poorly. Perhaps they stand watch. They came to see what happened to their town, to see if it was indeed lying burnt and bleeding. Many of them also came to die. And suddenly it didn't seem to matter any more. Nothing would matter if she could turn over and see the stars, turn over and look once and die. And then the world exploded. Terrible thing to live in fear. Brooks Hatlen knew it all too well. All I want is to be back where things make sense. Where I won't have to be afraid all the time. Once, during the drinking phase, Wendy had accused him of desiring his own destruction but not possessing the necessary moral fiber to support a full-blown death wish. So he manufactured ways in which other people could do it, lopping a piece at a time off himself and their family. By the time I was 14, the nail in my wall would no longer support the weight of the rejection slips impaled upon it. I replaced the nail with a spike and went on writing. I drink a lot of beer, and that's the drug of choice. You find the drug that works for you. I know, for instance, this guy named Harlan Ellison, and he's not alone, who's very proud of the fact that he doesn't put dope into his body. He tries not to put additives into his body, or anything like that. But he can afford to do that because Harlan's drug of choice is Harlan. I can't understand why people use religion to hurt each other when there's already so much pain in the world. I'd been raised by my parents to believe barfing your feelings on other people was the height of impoliteness. They were trying to run, trying to hide. But the rock would not hide them, the dead tree gave no shelter. There is a story in the book Night Shift, called The Mangler, about a laundry machine that takes on a sort of malignant life. I worked in a laundry for about a year and a half after I got out of college. It was the only job I could find to support my wife and our first child. There was a fellow there that had no hands or forearms. He simply had hooks. This is one of the things that they don't tell you about when you become management. You have to wear a tie. It was this fellow's tie that did him in. My father had taught me, mostly by example, that if a man wanted to be in charge of his life, he had to be in charge of his problems. The last good time always comes, and when you see the darkness creeping toward you, you hold on to what was bright and good. You hold on for dear life. Hearts are tough, most times they don't break. Most times they are only bend. Hemingway sucks. If I set out to write that way, it would have been hollow and lifeless because it wasn't me. In the years since, I've discovered there's a lot to be said for boredom. Our memories have voices, too. Often sad ones that clamor like raised arms in the dark. All I can say is what you already know, some days are treasure. Not many, but I think in almost every life there are a few. That was one of mine, and when I'm blue, when life comes down on me and everything looks tawdry and cheap, the way Joyland Avenue did on a rainy day, I go back to it. If only to remind myself that life isn't always a butcher's game. Sometimes the prizes are real. Sometimes they are precious. By its very nature, film is supposed to be an accessible medium to everybody. People think first love is sweet, and never sweeter than when that first bond snaps. You've heard 1,000 pop and country songs that prove the point, some fool got his heart broke. Yet that first broken heart is always the most painful, the slowest to mend, and leaves the most visible scar. What's so sweet about that? Not everybody believes in ghosts, but I do. Do you know what they are, Tricia? She had shaken her head slowly. Men and women who can't get over their past. That's what ghosts are. There were people who lied for gain, people who lied from pain, people who lied simply because the concept of telling the truth was utterly alien to them. And then there were people who lied because they were waiting for it to be time to tell the truth. I don't want to go to the heaven that I learned about when I was a kid. To me, it seems boring. This is how a man looks when he's deciding that the risk of death is better than the risk of change. Most people are optimists, although they may claim they are not. People who call themselves realists are often the biggest optimists of all. Sometimes when you're young, you have moments of such happiness, you think you're living on someplace magical, like Atlantis must have been. Then we grow up and our hearts break into two. But who can foresee such things? None of us can predict the final outcomes of our actions, and few of us even try. Most of us just do what we do to prolong a moment's pleasure or to stop the pain. And even when we act for the noblest reasons, the last link of the chain all too often drips with someone's blood. Say your name over 200 times and discover you are no one. Sooner or later everything you thought you'd left behind comes around again. For good or ill, it comes around again. Superhero movies and comic books teach a lesson that runs directly counter to the culture of violence idea. Guns are for bad guys too cowardly to fight like men. The idea that America exists in a culture of violence is bullshit. What America exists in is a culture of Kardashian. The only working ritual is making tea. I use the loose leaves and drink it by the gallon. Don't look back, never look back. How often do people tell themselves that after an experience that is exceptionally good, or exceptionally bad? Often, I suppose. And the advice usually goes unheeded. Humans were built to look back, that's why we have tat swivel joint in our necks. You know how it's going to end, but instead of spoiling things, that somehow increases your fascination. It's like watching a kid run his electric train faster and faster and waiting for it to derail on one of the curves. As for the end of the universe, I say let it come as it will, in ice, fire, or darkness. What did the universe ever do for me that I should mind its welfare? I started writing seriously when I was about 12. I am always in the mood. Don't wait for the muse. As I've said, he's a hard-headed guy who's not susceptible to a lot of creative fluttering. This isn't the Ouija board or the spirit world we're talking about here, but just another job like laying pipe or driving long-haul trucks. Your job is to make sure the muse knows where you're going to be every day from 9 till noon. Or 7 till 3. If he does know, I assure you that sooner or later he'll start showing up. There's nothing like stories on a windy night when folks have found a warm place in a cold world. A woman who would steal your love when your love was really all you had to give was not much of a woman. Anywhere in New York, anywhere in the country, somewhere there's going to be a Coke sign. People identify with Coke. You can write a novel about New York and people from the country will read it if they feel that you've made them familiar with New York. They were still all beautiful and there was still enchantment and wonder, but she had crossed a line and now the fairy tale was green with corruption and evil. Death, but not for you, gunslinger. Never for you. You Darkle. You Tinkt. May I be brutally frank? You go on. The loss of memory isn't always the problem, sometimes maybe even often it's the solution. I have two amazing things in my life, I'm pain-free and I'm debt-free. It hurt, of course, but more often than not the best things do, I've found. The only religions I don't like are the ones that insist their God is bigger than your God. The idea that the creative endeavor and mind-altering substances are entwined is one of the great pop intellectual myths of our time. Substance-abusing writers are just substance abusers, common garden variety drunks and druggies, in other words. Any claims that the drugs and alcohol are necessary to dull a finer sensibility are just the usual self-serving bullshit. I've heard alcoholic snowplow drivers make the same claim, that they drink to still the demons. A lot of fairy tales are thinly disguised hostility raps against parents. Kids know that they can't make it on their own, that if they were left alone, they would die. Homesickness is not always a vague, nostalgic, almost beautiful emotion, although that is somehow the way we always seem to picture it in our mind. It can be a terribly keen blade, not just a sickness in metaphor but in fact as well. It can change the way one looks at the world. The faces one sees in the street look not just indifferent but ugly, perhaps even malignant. Homesickness is a real sickness, the ache of the uprooted plant. It's hard to make strangers care about the good things in your life. Time continued to pass, the oldest trick in the world, and maybe the only one that really is magic. The tears that heal are also the tears that scald and scourge. I did a couple of writing seminars in Canada with high school kids. These were the bright kids. They all have computers, but they can't spell. Because spell check won't help you if you don't know through from through. I told them, if you can read in the 21st century, you own the world. Because you learn to write from reading. Human nature, baby, grab it and growl. Only library books speak with such wordless eloquence of the power good stories hold over us. I can see your dirty pillows. Everything that goes around comes around, they say, and although I've never been able to figure out who the mysteriously wise sages known as they might be, they're certainly right when it comes to time travel. Sometimes the things presented to us as choices aren't choices at all. For most of us, I think it's easier to admit doing wrong than being stupid. Want to know the best thing about teaching? Seeing that moment when a kid discovers his or her gift. There's no feeling on earth like it. Disney cartoons are all rated G. It's really funny. There are kids all over the world who still have complexes over Bambi's father getting shot by the hunter and Bambi's mother getting crisped. But that's the way it's always been. This is the sort of material that appeals to kids. Kids understand it instinctively. They grip it. Sometimes life coughs up coincidences no writer of fiction would dare copy. The multiple choices of possibilities of daily life are the music we dance to. Mrs. Cole was a perfect Democrat. She hated all kids equally. We live in a society now where the sexual taboo for children has really passed by the wayside. Any 9-year-old can go into a 7-Eleven and check out the Playmate of the Month, but you don't want your kids to know about death. You don't want your kids to know about disfigurement. You don't want them to know about creepy things because it might warp their little minds. Reading is the creative center of a writer's life. Kill if you will, but command me nothing. No one dies happy, you can only die well. I've always thought it would be fun to update Hansel and Gretel. I'd have these white parents in the suburbs with an income of $50,000 or $60,000. Daddy loses his job, and the wicked stepmother says, "We could get along, we could keep our master charge, if you'd just get rid of those shitty kids." Finally the father hires a limo and tells the driver, "Drop him off on Lenox Avenue in Harlem at 2 in the morning." These two little white kids land there. They're menaced. And this supposedly nice black lady says, "Would you like some candy?" He lay back, put his arm over his eyes, and tried to hold on to the anger, because the anger made him feel brave. A brave man could think. A coward couldn't. Best not to look back. Best to believe there will be happily ever afters all the way around, and so there may be. Who is to say there will not be such endings? Not all boats which sail away into darkness never find the sun again, or the hand of another child. If life teaches anything at all, it teaches that there are so many happy endings that the man who believes there is no God needs his rationality called into serious question. Your plan and the stuff that comes out of my asshole bear a suspicious resemblance to each other. I write about things that scare me. I've never written a snake story in my life. I myself have never written a story about snakes because they don't scare me. I write about rats because they scare the hell out of me. Drive away and try to keep smiling. Get a little rock and roll on the radio and go toward life with all the courage you can find and all the belief you can muster. Be true, be brave, stand. With 6 weeks worth of recuperation time, you'll also be able to see any glaring holes in the plot or character development. And listen, if you spot a few of these big holes, you are forbidden to feel depressed about them or to beat up on yourself. Screw-ups happen to the best of us. He found himself still with too many questions and not enough answers. There will be water if God wills it. Bloom never pissed me off because there are critics out there, and he's one of them, who take their ignorance about popular culture as a badge of intellectual prowess. How does it happen that a writer who's not even very good, and I can say that, I've read 4 or 5 of his books, gets to be in charge of the world's destiny? Or of the entire universe's? If he's not very good, why didn't you stop at one? Mrs. Tassenbaum smiled. Touché. He is readable, I'll give him that, tells a good story. A little arrogance, or even a lot, isn't such a bad thing, although your mother undoubtedly told you different. Mine did. Pride goeth before a fall, Stephen, she said, and then I found out, right around the age that is 19 times 2, that eventually you fall down, anyway. If you can't laugh when things go bad, laugh and put on a little carnival, then you're either dead or wishing you were. Sometimes dead is better. The monster never dies. Stop now before I kill you. A word to the wise from your friend Pennywise. What I'm saying is that I'm trying to find rational reasons to explain irrational feelings, and that's never a good sign. I start work around 8 a.m. and usually finish around noon. If there's more to do, I do it in the late afternoon, although that isn't prime time for me. The man in black smiled. Shall we tell the truth then, you and I? No more lies. I thought we had been. But the man in black persisted as if Roland hadn't spoken. Shall there be truth between us, as two men? Not as friends, but as equals. There is an offer you will get rarely, Roland. Only equals speak the truth, that's my thought on't. Friends and lovers lie endlessly, caught in the web of regard. How tiresome. Don't ask me silly questions. I won't play silly games. I'm just a simple choo-choo train and I'll always be the same. I only want to race along beneath the bright blue sky and be a happy choo-choo train until the day I die. Lying in the bed that had once held two, Lizzie thought alone never felt more lonely than when you woke up and discovered you still had the house to yourself. That you and the mice in the walls were the only ones still breathing. I'd like to take a motorcycle trip across Europe, maybe even across China. Of course I'd also like to broker a peace agreement between the Israelis and the Palestinians, but it's important to put ceilings on one's ambitions. The mystery of the universe is not time but size. A lot of guys don't believe what they are seeing, especially if it gets in the way of what they want to eat or drink or believe. Me, I don't believe in God. But if I saw him, I would. I wouldn't just go around saying, Jesus, that was a great special effect. The definition of an asshole is a guy who doesn't believe what he's seeing. There's a lot of things people think they can't do and then discover they can when they find themselves tight-wired. When I knew I was going to be able to write full-time, I wondered, what's going to happen to the relationships within my family? Are they going to change? Is it going to be the kind of deal where you say, I can't take this. Get me out of here. I can't stand these screaming kids. The way it turned out was, I was able to change the diapers okay, after I stuck the pin through my fingers a few times. I had a dawning realization that children are not particularly hard to deal with. I am in trouble here. This woman is not right. And then woe is you, Polly. Woe to the max. Dead fields under a November sky, scattered rose petals brown and turning up at the edges, empty pools scummed with algae, rot, decomposition, dust. I spend a lot of time parenting because I'm home. A friend of mine told me that the average father sees each kid an average of 22 minutes a week, which I found almost unbelievable. Mine are in my hip pocket all the time. And I like it that way. You know, Glenn Bateman said, looking out toward Grand Junction in the early light of morning, I've heard the saying, that sucks for years without really being sure of what it meant. Now I think I know. Upon being asked by a fan how to become a writer, Stephen King replied, "Write." The first thing was to get down to Addie Richardson's henhouse, and that was a goodish way, 4 or 5 miles. She found herself wondering if the Lord was going to send her an eagle to fly her those 4 miles, or send Elijah in his fiery chariot to give her a lift. Blasphemy, she told herself complacently. The Lord provides strength, not taxicabs. When machines fail, when technology fails, when the conventional religion fails, people have got to have something. Even a zombie lurching through the night can seem pretty cheerful compared to the existential comedy horror of the ozone layer dissolving under the combined assault of a million fluorocarbon spray cans of deodorant. The Mist. I think most of us are fascinated by the macabre and by the weird and even the nastiness that comes along. It don't matter if you believe in God, Nick, He believes in you. All things serve the beam. I write to find out what I think. How much courage does it take to fire up your tractor and plow under a crop you spent 6 or 7 years growing? How much courage to go on and do that after you've spent all that time finding out how to prepare the soil and when to plant and how much to water and when to reap? How much to just say, I have to quit these peas. Peas are no good for me, I better try corn or beans. I win, you win. You win, I win. The gun, I win. The fruit, you win. I win, you win. I believe these stories exist because we sometimes need to create unreal monsters and bogies to stand in for all the things we fear in our real lives. The parent who punches instead of kissing, the auto accident that takes a loved one, the cancer we one day discover living in our own bodies. If such terrible occurrences were acts of darkness, they might actually be easier to cope with. But instead of being dark, they have their own terrible brilliance. And none shines so bright as the acts of cruelty we sometimes perpetrate in our own families. He looked to her like an absurd 20th-century Hamlet, an indecisive figure so mesmerized by onrushing tragedy that he was helpless to divert its course or alter it in any way. There were no horror movies or horror books to speak of in the 40s. I picked the 50s because that pretty well spans my life as an appreciator, as somebody who's been involved with this mass cult of horror, from radio and movies and Saturday matinees and books. In the 40s there really wasn't that much. People don't want to read about horrible things in horrible times. So, in the 40s, there was Val Lewton with the Cat People and the Curse of the Cat People, and there wasn't much else. Reading a good long novel is in many ways like having a long and satisfying affair. If you want to play, you gotta pay. If I kept saying it, if I kept reaching out. My accident really taught me just one thing: the only way to go on is to go on. To say, I can do this even when you know you can't. I've been typed as a horror writer, and I've always said to people, I don't care what you call me as long as the checks don't bounce and the family gets fed. Makeup covers a multitude of sins. I just didn't want her to get hurt. I thought she was going to be. But everyone gets their share, don't they? Sure. Pow, in the nose. Pow, in the eye. Pow, below the belt, down you go, and the ref just went out for a hot dog. A hurt body and mind aren't just like a dictatorship, they are a dictatorship. There is no tyrant as merciless as pain, no despot so cruel as confusion. Only two things happen to writers when they die, either their work survives, or it becomes forgotten. He pointed toward the silhouettes on the side of the bathrooms, instead black cutout man, black cutout woman. The man had his legs apart, the woman had hers together. Pretty much the story of the human race in sign language. I am your #1 fan. He had been, thinking, praying. It was all the same thing. Kids absolutely not reading. I think it's because they're so screen-oriented, TVs, computers, smartphones. They do read, girls in particular read a lot. They have a tendency to go toward the paranormal, romances, Twilight and stuff like that. And then it starts to taper off because other things take precedence, like the Kardashian sisters. God doesn't bribe, child. He just makes a sign and lets people take it as they will. The thought process can never be complete without articulation. Who gets to be best liked in any community? Who is the most trusted? Why, the man who does the dirty job, of course, and does it with a smile. The man who does the job you couldn't bring yourself to do. Rationalism is the idea that we can ever understand anything about the state of being. It's a death trip. It always has been. And if rationalism is a death trip, then irrationalism might very well be a life trip. At least until it proves otherwise. I've spoken out my whole life against the idea of simply dismissing whole areas of fiction by saying it's genre and therefore can't be seen as literature. A person can't change all at once. Women's lib, Franny had decided, was nothing more nor less than an outgrowth of the technological society. Women were at the mercy of their bodies. They were smaller. They tended to be weaker. A man couldn't get with child, but a woman could. Every 4-year-old knows it. And a pregnant woman is a vulnerable human being. Civilization had provided an umbrella of sanity that both sexes could stand beneath. Men who find themselves late are never sure. They are all the things the civics books tell us the good citizen should be, partisans but never zealots. Respecters of the facts which attend each situation but never benders of those facts. Uncomfortable in positions of leadership but rarely unable to turn down a responsibility once it has been offered, or thrust upon them. They make the best leaders in a democracy because they are unlikely to fall in love with power. Every man or woman who loves him, they hate him too, because he's a hard God, a jealous God. Even the company of the mad was better than the company of the dead. Nobody likes to see a stupid guy wise up. As infants, our first victory comes in grasping some bit of the world, usually our mother's fingers. Later we discover that the world, and the things of the world, are grasping us, and have been all along. I choose to believe in God because it makes things better. I know I can do it, Todd Downey said, helping himself to another ear of corn from the steaming bowl. I'm sure that in time her death will be a mystery, even to me. My friend wants to get moving and so do I, Eddie said. We've got miles to go yet. I know that. It's on your face, son. Like a scar. Eddie was fascinated by the idea of duty and Ka as something that left a mark, something that might look like decoration to one eye and disfigurement to another. Outside, thunder cracked and lightning flashed. Yet suppose further. Suppose that all worlds, all universes, met at a single nexus, a single pylon, a tower. And within it, a stairway, perhaps rising to the Godhead itself. Would you dare climb to the top, gunslinger? Could it be that somewhere above all of endless reality, there exists a room? You dare not. And in the gunslinger's mind, those words echoed, you dare not. A scary movie puts a lot of people, a mob, in one place. There are advantages to that because the panic runs through the audience. If it's a good movie, the fear jumps from one person to the next. You can find yourself screaming just because everybody around you is screaming. There's a real atmosphere of terror. It's also visual, which means that you can't look away from this thing. It's happening. You're in the dark. It's like a nightmare. It's like a dream. It's very, very visual. It works on all those levels. If anyone ever asks you what panic is, now you can tell them, an emotional blank spot that leaves you feeling as if you've been sucking on a mouthful of pennies. There are things of such darkness and horror, just, I suppose, as there are things of such great beauty, that they will not fit through the puny human doors of perception. It's actually against my religion to laugh at men who are toting guns. I get inspiration, a lot of times, from very commonplace things that just strike a chord and develop themselves in the subconscious. It occurred to her that pleasure, no matter how deep, was a ghostly, ephemeral thing. Love might make the world go round, but she was convinced it was the cries of the badly wounded and deeply afflicted which spun the universe on the great glass pole of its axis. The things a man sees when he ain't got a gun, Watson the caretaker. Was it pretty? Your country. That your land? It was beautiful, the gunslinger said. There were fields and forests and rivers and mists in the morning. But that's only pretty. My mother used to say that the only real beauty is order and love and light. I still think that of all the people doing top fiction today, John D. MacDonald is the best, that he was my model as a kid. If there are people out there that want to write, all you need to do is read 20 of his stories to get an idea what it takes to make a story kick over. Paul Edgecombe: what do you want me to do, John? I'll do it. You want me to let you walk out of here and see how far you get? John Coffey: now why would you want to do a foolish thing like that? Paul Edgecombe: when I die and I stand before God awaiting judgment and he asks me why I let one of his miracles die, what am I gonna say? That it was my job. My basic belief about the making of stories is that they pretty much make themselves. You need openness and inability to do anything other than get to the point. Book buyers aren't attracted, by and large, by the literary merits of a novel. Book buyers want a good story, something that will first fascinate them, then pull them in and keep them turning the pages. I have grown into a Bestsellosaurus Rex, a big, stumbling book beast that is loved when it shits money and hated when it tramples houses. I started out as a storyteller. Along the way I became an economic force. By writing a horror novel where this inexplicable disorder takes over in our ordered lives, you make order look better by comparison. But below that, there's a part of us that responds to the Who bashing their instruments to pieces on the stage. There's a very primitive part that says, do it some more. Understand death? Sure. That was when the monsters got you. Little kids' minds are very, very strong. They bend. There's a lot of tensile strength and they don't break. We start our kids off on things like Hansel and Gretel, which features child abandonment, kidnapping, attempted murder, forcible detention, cannibalism, and finally murder by cremation. And the kids love it. My view is that organized religion is a very dangerous tool that's been misused by a lot of people. Writing is like being in a dream state or under self-directed hypnosis. It induces a state of recall that, while not perfect, is pretty spooky. Marriage is referred to in the Bible as mystical union, and it really is in the sense that two people who don't know each other get together. I'm always interested in how much you find out about the other person and how much you don't find out. I did spend years as an addict, so I know that world, although I wish I didn't. I think uncertainty is good for things. Certainty breeds complacency, and complacency means that you just sit somewhere in your nice little comfortable suburban house in Michigan, looking at CNN and saying, oh, those poor immigrant children that are all coming across the border. But we really can't have them here, that isn't what God wants. Let's send them all back to the drug cartels. There's a complacency to it. Talent is a dreadfully cheap commodity, cheaper than table salt. What separates the talented individual from the successful one is a lot of hard work and study, a constant process of honing. Talent is a dull knife that will cut nothing unless it is wielded with great force. There's two kinds of evil that horror fiction always deals with. One kind is the sort of evil that comes from inside people, like in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The other kind of evil is predestined evil. It falls on you like a stroke of lightning. That's the scary stuff, but, in a way, it's the stuff you don't have to worry about. I gotta worry whether or not I'm getting cavities. I gotta worry about whether cigarettes are giving me cancer. Those are things I can change. Don't give me lightning out of a clear sky. If that hits me, I just say, that's probably the way God meant it to be. I think we'd all like to believe that after we shuffle off this mortal coil, that there's going to be something on the other side, because for most of us, I know for me, life is so rich, so colorful and sensual and full of good things, things to read, things to eat, things to watch, places to go, new experiences, that I don't want to think that you just go to darkness. I never have a thematic intention at the outset. I do believe that when we're in the process of dying, that all these emergency circuits in the brain take over. I base what I'm saying not on any empirical evidence. I think it's very possible that when you're dying, these circuits open up, which would explain this whole white light phenomena, when people clinically die and they see their relatives and stuff and say, "Hello, it's great to see you." My feeling of the whole genre, of the terror tale, is this: the best thing that you can do for the readers in this field is to terrify them. It is something that is intellectual, it happens in your mind. When it comes to rock music, I'm not much of a player, but I do have entry-level chops. I'm more knowledgeable as a listener, and Revival gave me a way to write about rock and roll without being preachy or boring. God grant me the serenity to accept what I cannot change, the tenacity to change what I may, and the good luck not to f*** up too often. I think it is beyond doubt that H.P. Lovecraft has yet to be surpassed as the 20th century's greatest practitioner of the classic horror tale. I like to think that good people win. But even good people have other sides. Most people will slow down to get a good look at an accident, even though they won't admit it. I write in the mornings, in the bright daylight. But I get most of my good ideas after the sun has gone down and the dark is on the land. I love my sons and I love that they are writers. I also love my daughter, who's a minister and an orchard keeper. But I wouldn't wish the burden of Midworld and the Dark Tower on them. I enjoy working with them, though, because we fit together. Didachik, Dumachum, Dadacham, Dedachek. You could start at a path leading nowhere more fantastic than from your own front steps to the sidewalk, and from there you could go, well, anywhere at all. All I ask is that you do as well as you can, and remember that, while to write adverbs is human, to write he said or she said is divine. To me, the greatest thing in the world is downloading TV shows on iTunes because there are no commercials, and yet if I were a working stiff, I could never afford to do this. But I don't even think about money. I think we rarely recognize the fifth business in our lives at the time those people are changing us. I think we tend to write out our phobias. Why don't we all just go crazy when we know we're going to croak? Because the mind's a monkey. You put things in departments and you go ahead. You go on and plan for the future and assume that the future's going to work out okay. Yet we know that sooner or later we're all going to be eating worms, whether it's 50 years or 60. It might be tomorrow. It might happen today. Pray for rain all you like, but dig a well as you do it. I wanted to write a balls-to-the-wall supernatural horror story, something I haven't done in a long time. I don't mean that creative people are somehow finer, or more sensitive, and thus have finer, more sensitive nervous breakdowns. You can save that horseshit for the Sylvia Plath worshippers. It's just that creative people have creative breakdowns. God always punishes us for what we can't imagine. You can't polish a turd. Kids know they can't make it alone, yet at the same time, built into each one of us, is a survival ethic. It says, nobody cares and you have to look out for yourself, and if you don't, you'll die. These two things work against each other. I think most kids are very frightened of their parents, and that's what all fairy tales reflect. Parents will fail you and you'll be left on your own. But, of course, everything comes out right in the end and the parents take you back. Semi-automatics have only two purposes. One is so owners can take them to the shooting range once in a while, yell yeehaw, and get all horny at the rapid fire and the burning vapor spurting from the end of the barrel. Their only other use is to kill people. The advantage of horror books is to take the reader and cut him out of the pack and work on him one-on-one. It has its advantages because the people that are there in the movie theater really are a mob. If you get one guy alone, you can do a more efficient job of scaring him. I'd like to learn French well enough to write in that language. A life without love is like a tree without fruit. The movies have never been a big deal to me. The movies are the movies. They just make them. If they're good, that's terrific. If they're not, they're not. But I see them as a lesser medium than fiction, than literature, and a more ephemeral medium. This is a dreadful thing to say, but I have wondered in my darker hours that, if everything were legal, wouldn't it be kind of a Darwinian solution to a lot of problems? Who are the beakies that you see who are cruising around with no helmet or with a hat turned around like that yo-yo in Cheap Trick? They're dummies, and if they splatter their brains all over the sidewalk, they're not going to be collecting food stamps. There's a saying, write what you know. It's bad advice if you take it as an unbreakable rule, but good advice if you use it as a foundation. I'm most afraid of losing my mind. You lose your identity, your sense of who you are, where you are. You could not turn off love, even the rather absent, sometimes taken for granted love, the way you turn off a faucet. Love ran from the heart, and the heart had its own imperatives. But I believe in love, you know, love is a uniquely portable magic. I don't think it's in the stars, but I do believe that blood calls to blood and mind calls to mind and heart to heart. There is a relationship between humor and fear. Think of all the gags you ever heard that have to do with dismemberment, or something that's horrible in one way or another, even if it's just horrible in the sense that somebody's being embarrassed. What do kids laugh at? Kids laugh if your fly's down. That's hilarious. But for the kid whose fly is down, it's a horrible situation. We never cease wanting what we want, whether it's good for us or not. And when there are enough outsiders together in one place, a mystic osmosis takes place and you're inside. Making people believe the unbelievable is no trick, it's work. Belief and reader absorption come in the details. An overturned tricycle in the gutter of an abandoned neighborhood can stand for everything. Faith is a great thing, and really religious people would like us to believe that faith and knowing are the same thing, but I don't believe that myself. Because there are too many different ideas on the subject. What we know is this: when we die, one of two things happens. Either our souls and thoughts somehow survive the experience of dying or they don't. If they do, that opens up every possibility you could think of. If they don't, it's just blotto. The end. Human beings have got a lot of good, noble impulses inside them, and most people want to be good and do more good than they do evil. Hell, we've had nuclear weapons for years and nothing's happened. That in itself seems to be a miracle. If American president pushes the button, or somebody pushes the button in Russia, or somebody pushes it in Costa Rica, they can put a big tombstone in outer space that says, "We gave it a good try." Because we have. Some things were better lost than found. Where the world ends is where you must begin. Fault always lies in the same place, with him weak enough to lay blame. It is the tale, not he who tells it. I'm not the first person to have said this. No writer ever feels that the execution of a book lives up to the idea for that book. The execution always falls short. Any word you have to hunt for in a thesaurus is the wrong word. There are no exceptions to this rule. All is forgotten in the stone halls of the dead. These are the rooms of ruin where the spiders spin and the great circuits fall quiet, one by one. Go then, there are other worlds than these. The devil's voice is sweet to hear. Good books are for consideration after, too. In both writing and sleeping, we learn to be physically still at the same time we are encouraging our minds to unlock from the humdrum rational thinking of our daytime lives. The one thing about kids is that you never really know exactly what they're thinking or how they're seeing. After writing about kids, which is a little bit like putting the experience under a magnifying glass, you realize you have no idea how you thought as a kid. I've come to the conclusion that most of the things that we remember about our childhood are lies. We all have memories that stand out from when we were kids, but they're really just snapshots. You can't remember how you reacted because your whole head is different when you stand aside. Laughter is like a hurricane. Once it reaches a certain point, it becomes self-feeding, self-supporting. You laugh not because the jokes are funny but because your own condition is funny. The first draft of a book, even a long one, should take no more than 3 months, the length of a season. A product is something made in a factory. A brand is something that is bought by the customer. A product can be copied by a competitor. A brand is unique. A product can be quickly outdated. A successful brand is timeless. It's been quite a while since I was really afraid that there was a boogeyman in my closet. Although I am still very careful to keep my feet under the covers when I go to sleep, because the covers are magic, and if your feet are covered, it's like boogeyman kryptonite. Beating heroin is child's play compared to beating your childhood. There's nothing as human as hunger. There's no creation without talent, I give you that, but talent is cheap. Talent goes begging. Hunger is the piston of art. I have never felt like I was creating anything. For me, writing is like walking through a desert and all at once, poking up through the hardpan, I see the top of a chimney. I know there's a house under there, and I'm pretty sure that I can dig it up if I want. That's how I feel. It's like the stories are already there. What they pay me for is the leap of faith that says, if I sit down and do this, everything will come out okay. I don't really map anything out. I just let it happen, while writing. But once it happens, it's always there. If it's laid, it's played. If I get to page 300 and it's not working, I junk it. There is no idea dump, no story central, no island of the buried bestsellers. Good stories seem to come quite literally from nowhere, sailing at you right out of the empty sky. If you liked being a teenager, there's something really wrong with you. You can, you should, and if you're brave enough to start, you will. The scariest moment is always just before you start. I identify with the characters very closely. At the same time that I am outside, writing, I am also inside, experiencing, and it can be very unsettling. In many cases, when a reader puts a story aside because it got boring, the boredom arose because the writer grew enchanted with his powers of description and lost sight of his priority, which is to keep the ball rolling. Good description is a learned skill, one of the prime reasons why you cannot succeed unless you read a lot and write a lot. It's not just a question of how to, you see, it's also a question of how much to. Reading will help you answer how much, and only reams of writing will help you with the how. You can learn only by doing. Sometimes there is absolutely no difference at all between salvation and damnation. Sometimes the embers are better than the campfire. I hardly ever read mainstream fiction that deals with life as it is. I like an element of fantasy, something that isn't quite of the real world. Because the hardest boss a man can ever have is himself. Life isn't a support system for art. It's the other way around. Humor is almost always anger with its makeup on. Your job isn't to find these ideas but to recognize them when they show up. Do any of us, except in our dreams, truly expect to be reunited with our heart's deepest loves, even when they leave us only for minutes, and on the most mundane of errands? No, not at all. Each time they go from our sight, we in our secret hearts count them as dead. Having been given so much, we reason, how could we expect not to be brought as low as Lucifer for the staggering presumption of our love? Good books don't give up all their secrets at once. The books are always there, just the way you wrote them. The plays often don't turn out the way you wanted them to because in the theater, you're always involved with collaborators and they don't always see the work the way you do. It's best to be ruthless with the past. I'm so afraid that all I can reach will lead me to all I dare not see. People with a high tolerance for boredom can get a lot of thinking done. I enjoy going back and forth between plays and novels. It's like having a wife and a mistress. Books are the wife, plays, the mistress. Don't give me what I ask for, give me what I need. Few if any seem to have grasped the principle of reality. New knowledge leads always to yet more awesome mysteries. Greater physiological knowledge of the brain makes the existence of the soul less possible yet more probable by the nature of the search. When you write a story, you're telling yourself the story, he said. When you rewrite, your main job is taking out all the things that are not the story. The age of the book is not over. No way. But maybe the age of some books is over. People say to me sometimes, Steve, are you ever going to write a straight novel? A serious novel, and by that they mean a novel about college professors who are having impotence problems or something like that. And I have to say those things just don't interest me. Why? I don't know. But it took me about 20 years to get over that question, and not be kind of ashamed about what I do, of the books I write. Be true, be brave, stand, all the rest is darkness. It's strange how pain marks our faces, and makes us look like family. Outside, a gusty October breeze was combing leaves from the trees and sending them across her backyard in colorful skitters. Love among the ruins. I'll tell you something, my friend, weird love's better than no love at all. When I gave up dope and alcohol, my immediate feeling was, I've saved my life, but there'll be a price because I'll have nothing that buzzes me anymore. But I enjoyed my kids. My wife loved me and I loved her. And eventually the writing came back and I discovered that the writing was enough. Stupid thing is that probably it always had been. Friends. They aren't any such thing as good friend or bad friend. Maybe there are just friend. People who stand by you when you're hurt and who helped you feel not so lonely. Maybe there are worth being scared for and hoping for and living for. Maybe worth dying for too. If that what has to be. No bad friends. Only people you want. Need to be with. People who build their houses in your heart. Relief loosens tongues beyond measure. The brain is a muscle that can move the world. Just remember that Dumbo didn't need the feather, the magic was in him. I didn't go to bars much. One drunken asshole was all I could handle and that was me. I wrote. I don't remember a lot of it. The most important things to remember about backstory are that, A. Everyone has a history and, B. Most of it isn't very interesting. In the year 2025, the best men don't run for president, they run for their lives. Cats were the gangsters of the animal world, living outside the law and often dying there. There were a great many of them who never grew old by the fire. My wife has told me since that I was hungover every morning until about 2 in the afternoon, and from 5 until midnight I was drunk out of my mind. So she says there was this period of about 3 hours when she could talk to me like a rational human being. To write is human, to edit is divine. Might as well try to drink the ocean with a spoon as argue with a lover. Most books about writing are filled with bullshit. Fiction writers, present company included, don't understand very much about what they do, not why it works when it's good, not why it doesn't when it's bad. If you wrote something for which someone sent you a check, if you cashed the check and it didn't bounce, and if you then paid the light bill with the money, I consider you talented. Some birds are not meant to be caged, that's all. Their feathers are too bright, their songs too sweet and wild. So you let them go, or when you open the cage to feed them they somehow fly out past you. And the part of you that knows it was wrong to imprison them in the first place rejoices, but still, the place where you live is that much more drab and empty for their departure. It was how wars really ended, Diefenbaker supposed, not at truce tables but in cancer wards and office cafeterias and traffic jams. Wars died one tiny piece at a time, each piece something that fell like a memory, each lost like an echo that fades in winding hills. In the end even war ran up the white flag. Or so he hoped. He hoped that in the end even war surrendered. Did it, cocaine, for about 8 years. Not a terribly long time to be an addict I guess, but it is longer than World War II. Do it for joy and you can do it forever. Never's the word God listens for when he needs a laugh. A man who can't bear to share his habits is a man who needs to quit them. As we get older, our fears, in some way, sharpen and become more personal, because we can no longer, let's say take a book like it or maybe Christine, and say these are make-believe fears. Outlines are the last resource of bad fiction writers who wish to God they were writing master's theses. Dolls with no little girls around to mind them were sort of creepy under any conditions. There are books full of great writing that don't have very good stories. Read sometimes for the story. Don't be like the book snobs who won't do that. Read sometimes for the words, the language. Don't be like the play-it-safers who won't do that. But when you find a book that has both a good story and good words, treasure that book. Time takes it all, whether you want it to or not. When you ask me what I'm afraid of, I'd say I still go to see ghost movies when I get a chance or some sort of supernatural being. But it doesn't scare me as it scared me when I was a child. You must not come lightly to the blank page. A short story is a different thing altogether. A short story is like a kiss in the dark from a stranger. The redness was going out of the light now, the remains of the day were a fading pink, the color of wild roses. Above, the stars shone hard and bright, sparks struck off the dark skin of the universe. Somebody said the prospect of imminent death has a wonderful clarifying effect on the mind. And I don't know if that's true, but I do think it probably causes some changes, some evolution in the way a person works. But on a day-by-day basis, I just still enjoy doing what I'm doing. The beauty of religious mania is that it has the power to explain everything. Once God, or Satan, is accepted as the first cause of everything which happens in the mortal world, nothing is left to chance. Logic can be happily tossed out the window. My wife says, and I agree with her, that what would be really great for Maine would be to legalize dope completely and set up dope stores the way that there are state-run liquor stores. You could get your Acapulco Gold or your whatever it happened to be, your Augusta gold or your Bangor gold. And people would come from all the other states to buy it, and there could be a state tax on it. Then everybody in Maine could have a Cadillac. If you were a real fascistic society and you had a vocal minority that was shouting, "Stop this, stop that, stop the other thing," what you would say is, "Let's give them all the drugs they want." In a lot of states, something very much like that happened. They lowered the drinking age to 18 and said, "Get juiced." If you don't have the time to read, you don't have the time or the tools to write. For some reason California's always been where the struggle is about how much authority you can impose on people's private lives. It seems to show up there most clearly. They had a helmet law for motorcycles in California and the Beakies were saying things like, "It restricts my vision. I can't hear what my bike's doing. If it was on fire I wouldn't know it until my ass caught." And at the bottom line what the Beakies were saying was, "Look, it's my goddamn head and if I want to splatter my brains all over the guardrails on the coast highway, super for me." There's a constant struggle going on about how much will be illegal and how much you will be free to take. Can we open the pharmacies? Can we put Valium and Percodan and those sorts of things out on the shelves? I wouldn't take it. I don't know. Fiction is the truth inside the lie. We all have a tendency to want order in our lives. But order presupposes authority, and authority presupposes, sooner or later, that we'll all need hooves. It's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it? You know it is. Get busy living, or get busy dying. I think we fought Vietnam for the benefits of civilization, and certainly we fought it to oppose authority. To show our authority, to show we weren't weak. Isn't that what Nixon kept saying? We have to show the world that we're not weak. So of course what we ended up showing the world was that we were, weak. 'Cause we couldn't beat these kids in black pajamas. I find I'm so excited I can barely sit still or hold a thought in my head. I think it is the excitement only a free man can feel, a free man at the start of a long journey whose conclusion is uncertain. I hope I can make it across the border. I hope to see my friend, and shake his hand. I hope the Pacific is as blue as it has been in my dreams. I hope. If you don't control your temper will control you. Life was such a wheel that no man could stand upon it for long. And it always, at the end, came round to the same place again. A lot of authority figures want to be good. I sense that, and yet at the same time I sense that authority, after a while, always leads to some kind of oppression. When the Minority Report comes in, what you do is run the minority out of town with a flaming cross. It's just the way things are. Successful rebellions always begin in secret. Like all sweet dreams, it will be brief, but brevity makes sweetness, doesn't it? You discarded most of the lies along the way but held on to the one that said life mattered. When it comes to horror, there's a strange need to analyze. When Evil Children fad happened, there was The Exorcist and The Other and The Omen. People would say, what this really means is that Americans don't want to have kids anymore. They feel hostility towards their own children. They feel they're being tied down and dragged down. In fact, in most cases, what those books are about is nice children who are beset by forces beyond their control. What can be done when you're 11 can often never be done again. For every mother who ever cursed God for her child dead in the road, for every father who ever cursed the man who sent him away from the factory with no job, for every child who was ever born to pain and asked why, this is the answer. Our lives are like these things I build. Sometimes they fall down for a reason, sometimes they fall down for no reason at all. Any thoughts of guilt, any feelings of regret, had faded. The desert had baked them out. Now I think all of us were born with a hole in our hearts, and we go around looking for the person who can fill it. You fill me up. Everybody wants to psychoanalyze horror. They don't want to psychoanalyze a book like Gay Talesa's Sex with Your Neighbor or something like that. It's pretty much accepted that Americans should be interested in who they're diddling and how they're doing it. The dream might have been more than a dream. It was as if a door in the wall of reality had come ajar, and now all sorts of unwelcome things were flying through. Rewrite formula, second draft equals first draft, 10%. Nobody lives forever, but we all shine on. There is no such thing as a happy ending. I never met a single one to equal Once Upon a Time. When we blew the first atomic bomb at White Sands near the end of the war, nobody knew what was going to happen. There was a theory that the chain reaction would continue forever, and we would have created a little tiny sun out there in the desert that would burn until the end of the universe. It wasn't a widely held theory, but it was a theory that nobody had a way of disproving. There were people who thought it wouldn't go off at all, that it would simply sit out there and melt and produce a great big dirty cloud of radioactivity. Nobody knew. Go now. Our journey is done. And may we meet again, in the clearing, at the end of the path. And now, all these years later, it seemed to him that the most horrible fact of human existence was that broken hearts mended. Let evil wait for the day on which it must fall. Trust, a sense of humor, and don't let the sun go down on an argument without trying to make it up. That's all I know about good marriage. I've been married a long time, it seems to be working. I think reality is thin, thin as lake ice after a thaw, and we fill our lives with noise and light and motion to hide that thinness from ourselves. You are the grim, goal-oriented ones who will not believe that the joy is in the journey rather than the destination, no matter how many times it has been proven to you. It was the kiss by which all the others of his life would be judged and found wanting. There was a lot they didn't tell you about death, she had discovered, and one of the biggies was how long it took the ones you loved most to die in your heart. I believe the road to hell is paved with adverbs, and I will shout it from the rooftops. The road to hell is paved with adverbs. It was always a pleasure to write. I can never think of a time when I just hacked something out to fulfill a contract or meet a deadline. I might have hacked things out, but it was always stuff I loved. Yes, I've made a great deal of dough from my fiction, but I never set a single word down on paper with the thought of being paid for it. I have written because it fulfilled me. I did it for the buzz. I did it for the pure joy of the thing. And if you can do it for joy, you can do it forever. A little talent is a good thing to have if you want to be a writer. But the only real requirement is the ability to remember every scar. Good writing is often about letting go of fear and affectation. Affectation itself, beginning with the need to define some sorts of writing as good and other sorts as bad, is fearful behavior. You've got to do something to fill up your day. And I can only play so much guitar and watch so many TV shows. It fulfills me. There are two things about it I like. It makes me happy, and it makes other people happy. Death was no less a miracle than birth. I saw something even more beautiful than a sense of humor, an appreciation for life's essential absurdity. If there is love, smallpox scars are as pretty as dimples. Japanese proverb. On the subject of love at first sight, I'm with the Beatles. I believe that it happens all the time. I believe in evil, but all my life I've gone back and forth about whether or not there's an outside evil, whether or not there's a force in the world that really wants to destroy us, from the inside out, individually and collectively. The family exists for many reasons, but its most basic function may be to draw together after a member dies. It's all right to feel fear, but sometimes a very bad idea to show it. There is no gain without risk, perhaps no risk without love. Give a man or woman back his self-respect, and in most cases not all, but most, you also give back that person's ability to think with at least some clarity. I don't ask myself, well, does God exist or does God not exist? I choose to believe that God exists, and therefore I can say, God, I can't do this by myself. Help me not to take a drink today. Help me not to take a drug today. And that works fine for me. True sorrow is as rare as true love. Reading takes time, and the glass teat takes too much of it. We fall from womb to tomb, from one blackness and toward another, remembering little of the one and knowing nothing of the other, except through faith. I thought it was great fun to scare people. I also knew it was socially acceptable because there were a lot of horror movies out there. Writing isn't about making money, getting famous, getting dates, getting laid, or making friends. In the end, it's about enriching the lives of those who will read your work, and enriching your own life, as well. It's about getting up, getting well, and getting over. Getting happy, okay? Getting happy. Invitation to dance, it's a dance. And sometimes they turn the lights off in this ballroom. But we'll dance anyway, you and I. Even in the dark. Especially in the dark. May I have the pleasure? Above all else, be consistent. The first movie I ever saw was a horror movie. It was Bambi. When that little deer gets caught in a forest fire, I was terrified, but I was also exhilarated. If you don't have the time to do something right, where are you going to find the time to fix it? I do not aim with my hand. He who aims with his hand has forgotten the face of his father. I aim with my eye. I do not shoot with my hand. He who shoots with his hand has forgotten the face of his father. I shoot with my mind. I do not kill with my gun. He who kills with his gun has forgotten the face of his father. I kill with my heart. It is, after all, the dab of grit that seeps into an oyster's shell that makes the pearl, not pearl-making seminars with other oysters. You want to remember that while you're judging the book is also judging you. I never have a thematic intention at the outset. The story informs the theme for me rather than the other way around. But as it happens, this is, at least to a degree, about getting old and the rapid passage of our lives. That was what I wanted, but I don't need it to be gone. I can love you and I can love life and bear the pain all at the same time. I think the pain might even make the rest better, the way a good setting can make a diamond look better. Love, the simplest, strongest, and most unforgiving of all emotions. Do any men grow up or do they only come of age? Time apparently did nothing but blunt grief's sharpest edge so that it hacked rather than sliced. Somebody asked Somerset Maugham about his place in the pantheon of writers, and he said, "I'm in the very front row of the second rate. I'm sort of haunted by that." 95% of people who walk the earth are simply inert. 1% are saints, and 1% are assholes. The other 3% are people who do what they say they can do. Writing is magic, as much the water of life as any other creative art. The water is free. So drink. Drink and be filled up. I think that friendship always makes us feel such sweet gratitude, because the world almost always seems like a very hard desert, and the flowers that grow there seem to grow against such high odds. They were nice enough people and all, but there wasn't much love in them, because they were too busy being afraid. Love didn't grow very well in a place where there was only fear, just as plants didn't grow very well in a place where it was always dark. Fantasy has a better chance of lasting than a lot of other things. The Hobbit and the Narnia books, they seem to get handed down father to son, mother to daughter. Because they're set in a fantasy world, they can remain relevant. Sometimes a cigar is just a smoke and a story's just a story. Remember, hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. I'm a situational writer. You give me a situation, like a writer gets in a car crash, breaks his leg, is kidnapped by his #1 fan, and is kept in a cabin and forced to write a book. Everything else springs from there. You really don't have to work once you've had the idea. All you have to do is kind of take dictation from something inside. Write with the door closed, rewrite with the door open. Your stuff starts out being just for you, in other words, but then it goes out. Once you know what the story is and get it right as you can, anyway, it belongs to anyone who wants to read it. Or criticize it. It's funny how close the past is, sometimes. Sometimes it seems as if you could almost reach out and touch it. Only who really wants to? Death is when the monsters get you. I can't see the future, but it's grim. The depletion of resources, we're living in this dine-and-dash economy. Murder is like potato chips, you can't stop with just one. Harry Potter is about confronting fears, finding inner strength and doing what is right in the face of adversity. Twilight is about how important it is to have a boyfriend. There's no harm in hoping for the best as long as you're prepared for the worst. The trick is to teach yourself to read in small sips as well as long swallows. Hurt's a reason to change, but all the hurt in the world don't change facts. Sooner or later even the fastest runners have to stand and fight. I don't spend the day writing. I'll maybe write fresh copy for 2 hours, and then I'll go back and revise some of it and print what I like and then turn it off. Reading is the creative center of a writer's life. I take a book with me everywhere I go, and find there are all sorts of opportunities to dip in. The trick is to teach yourself to read in small sips as well as in long swallows. Waiting rooms were made for books, of course. But so are theater lobbies before the show, long and boring checkout lines, and everyone's favorite, the John. You can even read while you're driving, thanks to the audiobook revolution. Of the books I read each year, anywhere from 6 to a dozen are on tape. When all else fails, give up and go to the library. Love isn't soft, like the poets say. Love has teeth which bite and the wounds never close. God wiped snot out of his nose, and that was you. I'm afraid of all kinds of things. I'm afraid of failing at whatever story I'm writing, that it won't come up for me, or that I won't be able to finish it. J.K. Rowling created 7 Horcruxes. She put a part of her soul in every book, and now her books will live forever. When a good writer is having fun, the audience is almost always having fun too. Little by little, writers develop their own styles, each as unique as a fingerprint. I love music, and I can play a little. But anyone can see the difference between someone who's talented and someone that's not. If you say, well, okay, I don't believe in God. There's no evidence of God, then you're missing the stars in the sky, and you're missing the sunrises and sunsets, and you're missing the fact that bees pollinate all these crops and keep us alive, and the way that everything seems to work together. Everything is sort of built in a way that to me suggests intelligent design. When you write, you want to get rid of the world, don't you? Of course you do. When you're writing, you're creating your own worlds. I'm going to be dead for a long time, so I have a lot to do now. Showrunning is a thing where you have to work with tons of different people. You have to schmooze people, you have to talk to network people. I don't want to do any of that. Language does not always have to wear a tie and lace up shoes. The object of fiction isn't grammatical correctness, but to make the reader welcome and then tell a story. To make him or her forget, whenever possible, that Husha is reading a story at all. I have the world's best job. I get paid to hang out in my imagination all day. I have no plans to get an iPad. I know it will do more things than my Kindle, but I don't want more things. If I want other stuff, movies, TV shows, weather forecasts, the forthcoming Josh Ritter album, I have my Mac. The death of the music business was insane. But audio recordings have been around now for maybe 120 years. Books have been around for, 9 centuries. So they're more entrenched than music. Lovecraft opened the way for me, as he had done for others before me. If the stuff you're writing is not for yourself, it won't work. I don't have nightmares, I give them all to you. A good reputation is something that must be earned, yet can never be bought. A library is a place where you can live 1,000 lives. So why are you waiting when you could be living? Visit your library today. Bad writing is more than a matter of expletive deleted, syntax and faulty observation. Bad writing usually arises from a stubborn refusal to tell stories about what people actually do to face the fact, let us say, that murderers sometimes help old ladies cross the street. I'm seen as somebody who writes for adults because I'm an older man myself. Some of them find me, and a lot of them don't. The real importance of reading is that it creates an intimacy with the process of writing. It also offers you a constantly growing knowledge of what has been done and what hasn't, what is trite and what is fresh, what works and what lies there dying, or dead, on the page. The more you read, the less apt you are to make a fool of yourself with your pen or word processor. Writers are often the worst judges of what they have written. A product can be quickly outdated, but a successful brand is timeless. Small towns harbor small imaginations. Money means I can support my family and still do what I love. Not very many people can say that in this world, and not many writers can say that. Say what you mean. Say what you see. Make a photograph, if you can, for the reader. All you need to do is hold on tight, and believe. But there's one thing I'm sure about. An opening line should invite the reader to begin the story. It should say, "Listen. Come in here. You want to know about this." The writer must have a good imagination to begin with, but the imagination has to be muscular, which means it must be exercised in a disciplined way, day in and day out, by writing, failing, succeeding and revising. I wasn't a social drinker. I used to say that I didn't want to go to bars because they were full of assholes like me. Talent is a dull knife that will cut nothing unless it is wielded with great force. Try any goddamn thing you like, no matter how boringly normal or outrageous. If it works, fine. If it doesn't, toss it. Toss it even if you love it. Must you write complete sentences each time, every time? Perish the thought. If your work consists only of fragments and floating clauses, the grammar police aren't going to come and take you away. Even William Strunk, that Mussolini of rhetoric, recognized the delicious pliability of language. It is an old observation, he writes, that the best writers sometimes disregard the rules of rhetoric. Yet he goes on to add this thought, which I urge you to consider: unless he is certain of doing well, the writer will probably do best to follow the rules. I can remember as a college student writing stories and novels, some of which ended up getting published and some that didn't. It was like my head was going to burst. There were so many things I wanted to write all at once. I had so many ideas, jammed up. It was like they just needed permission to come out. When your story is ready for rewrite, cut it to the bone. Get rid of every ounce of excess fat. This is going to hurt. Revising a story down to the bare essentials is always a little like murdering children, but it must be done. The worst advice? Don't listen to the critics. I think that you really ought to listen to the critics, because sometimes they're telling you something is broken that you can fix. A man who lies about beer makes enemies. It hurts to imagine stuff. It can give you a headache. Probably doesn't hurt physically, but it hurts mentally. But the more that you can do it, the more you're able to get out of it. Everybody has that capacity, but I don't think everyone develops it. I always drank, from when it was legal for me to drink. And there was never a time for me when the goal wasn't to get as hammered as I could possibly afford to. I never understood social drinking, that's always seemed to me like kissing your sister. But then fall comes, kicking summer out on its treacherous ass as it always does one day sometime after the midpoint of September. It stays a while like an old friend that you have missed. It settles in the way an old friend will settle into your favorite chair and take out his pipe and light it and then fill the afternoon with stories of places he has been and things he has done since last he saw you. I think that marijuana should not only be legal, I think it should be a cottage industry. It would be wonderful for the state of Maine. There's some pretty good homegrown dope. I'm sure it would be even better if you could grow it with fertilizers and have greenhouses. I work until beer o'clock. Don't let the sun go down without saying thank you to someone, and without admitting to yourself that absolutely no one gets this far alone. Research can only present data about the past. No one seriously believes that people's answers to hypothetical questions about the future accurately represent their future behavior. They merely represent a current attitude, which may or may not be translated into future behavior. I just saw myself as a novelist. One can often trace the sources of a brand personality. Here it is the advertising, there the pack, somewhere else some physical element of the product. Of course, the personality is clearest and strongest when all the elements are consistent. Tracking account planning is rather like counting a mixed batch of tropical fish. You think you see patterns, but they've all changed by the time you've finished counting. A cowardly leader is the most dangerous of men. Life was a wheel, its only job was to turn, and it always came back to where it started. Science is beginning to encroach on every level of our volition. And to me, that is a frightening social concept. It doesn't have anything to do with the right to have an abortion versus the right to life. It has to do with the ability of science to keep things alive and the ability of science to really control our lives. There came a time when you realized that moving on was pointless. That you took yourself with you wherever you went. Passing time adds false memories and modifies real ones. The shuddering would not stop. The pain was like the end of the world. He thought, there comes a point when the very discussion of pain becomes redundant. No one knows there is pain the size of this in the world. No one. It is like being possessed by demons. It's hard to let go. Even when what you're holding on to is full of thorns, it's hard to let go. Maybe especially then. I think most of us can remember from our own childhood, just in the Disney cartoons, things that frightened us profoundly. For me it was Bambi, the scene when the forest was on fire. That was something I had nightmares about. I can't imagine being a little kid of 8 and seeing Night of the Living Dead with living corpses eating the flesh of living people. When it comes to the past, everyone writes fiction. You pay for what you get, you own what you pay for, and sooner or later whatever you own comes back home to you. Everyone loves something for nothing, even if it costs everything. I don't have anything against either of the Dead movies, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, none of those movies. If it scares somebody, I think that it is serving a valid purpose. It is doing what the filmmaker intended. But, it is not something that you hand to kids. Until we see each other again, keep your head together, read some good books, be useful, be happy. A man with a good wife is the luckiest of God's creatures. Optimism is a perfectly legitimate response to failure. The first movie I can remember seeing was The Creature from the Black Lagoon. And, I can remember hearing a radio play of Ray Bradbury's Mars is Heaven. And when I cut my teeth on comic books, they were not the easy ones of today like Spider-Man, Superman, and the Hulk. They were tales of the crypt, the Vault Keeper, and that sort of thing. Black as night and as beautiful as forever. The wind makes you ache is some place that is deeper than your bones. It may be that it touches something old in the human soul, a chord of race memory that says migrate or die, migrate or die. It always comes down to just two choices. Get busy living, or get busy dying. Semi-facetiously, when people ask me why I write these kinds of stories, I simply say that I was warped as a child. And, there is some truth to that. But writers invite ghosts, maybe, along with actors and artists. They are the only totally accepted mediums of our society. They make worlds that never were, populate them with people who never existed, and then invite us to join them in their fantasies. And we do it, don't we? Yes. We pay to do it. Coincidences happen, but I've come to believe they are actually quite rare. Something is at work, okay? Somewhere in the universe, or behind it, a great machine is ticking and turning its fabulous gears. The stories we hear in our childhood are the ones we remember all our lives. Jake went in, aware that he had, for the first time in 3 weeks, opened a door without hoping madly to find another world on the other side. A bell jingled overhead. The mild, spicy smell of old books hit him, and the smell was somehow like coming home. What if I fall? Tim cried. Marilyn laughed. Sooner or later, we all do. I try to create sympathy for my characters, then turn the monsters loose. Life turns on a dime. Sometimes towards us, but more often it spins away, flirting and flashing as it goes. So long, honey, it was good while it lasted, wasn't it? I think everybody has experiences from time to time they can't explain. They are peculiarities. Usually we just dismiss them because they are uncomfortable to think about.